son, being good at something requires strength. It requires pushing yourself. It requires putting in more. That's why the new improved Bonvita is packed with vitality and a richer, creamier taste.
It is all right to be vulnerable. It is all right to show that things are not so good, because when they become better, it would encourage somebody. It will change your life. It will make the thousands of women here today empowered. You must be able to wrestle for what is best for you and your family. In the best interest of your family and you, it is good that you have two incomes. Because if one doesn't work, the other will support. Two are better than one. So why do we want Nigerian men to tell us only one matters? We will soon get to where monogamy begins to exist. So far, it doesn't exist. Even if you go to the law court, they will introduce a third party without your permission. Fight for your rights. At Wills 2019, we have a story to tell. Our hashtag is built to last. We need to be able to account for our better self. We need to be able to strengthen our marriages so that we are valued and valuable. If you are not valued in the marriage, you will continuously be suppressed. It is nice to see a chief judge and a permanent secretary ma. I love it. It is nice to see Kofo being able to sell SIM cards to the whole of Africa or West Africa sub-region. It's nice. It doesn't destroy your marriage. It only reinforces it. And you know what? It teaches the children of the marriage that every life matters. It is not only about being a man, it is also about being a woman. Don't ever say no to anything. Failure is simply the opportunity to begin again. This time, more intelligently. That was what Henry Ford said. And my dear sisters, I wish I had more time, but the accurate timekeeper keeps disturbing me. I don't know what to do with that. Should I fight for my right? Should I? I wish I had more time, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm a woman of prayer. No, don't clap yet. And I would always want to end with prayer. I recognize obstacles in our pursuit of a career, of a lasting legacy. I do not disdain it. I do not think you are being funny or being silly. There are real issues in human life, as much as also there are health issues that can stop you from building a legacy. Yes, Nigeria will progress, but Nigeria will never move beyond the women. We are the ones they need to use, and I dare to say it here. Auntie Maureen, I want to honor my God this afternoon. I want to honor him. I need to talk about him. Let us rise to our feet. It says, oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord God our Maker, for he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. I lift my hands up only unto his holy name, the one who teacheth me to make war and my hands to make rich. My sisters, give ear to this afternoon unto the Lord, that he may attend unto all of your supplications. As I'm talking to you, just begin to say a gentle prayer before God. Wherever you may be at this time, whatever you may require God to do to break up your fallow ground, whatever is holding back your legacy, whatever does not allow you to thrive, that the Almighty God, in his mercy, will restore salvation unto you, peace into your home. He will teach your hands to make war. You will prosper in all that you do. You will not lose sight of anything that you are doing in the mighty name of Jesus. Rise up to your feet and grab hold of a woman's hand today. Tell her, I need help. I need the Holy Spirit to direct me, to direct me, to direct me. To direct me, to lead me aright, so that I may prosper. I need help. My sister, I'm not ashamed. I don't want the long queues. Let it be two people talking to themselves. Drop two. Don't hold yourselves in a long line. Let them tell you the help they need. I trust God for deliverance. I believe all things are possible. Do you believe? Can you agree with me? That all things are possible to them that believe. I believe God this afternoon that he will make my way prosper. That he will not withhold any good thing from me. That he will bring me to an expected end. That my marriage will not be destroyed. That my home will not be torn apart. That my labor will not be in vain. That he would establish my legacy forever. That forever, Jehovah, you would establish my legacy. That my legacy will not be seasonal. I declare upon you, my sister, that the Lord will answer you. The Lord will make you do exploits. The Lord will make you do exploits. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we have prayed. I'm not ashamed of the gospel of salvation. Listen, choir, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I, Shiju, I'm not ashamed of the gospel of salvation. I know I need it to break boundaries. I know I need it to build a legacy. I cannot war on my own. I cannot achieve it on my own. Say to your neighbor, with man, listen, with man, things may be impossible. But with God, nothing shall be impossible. Affirm it in the hands of the lives that you are holding this afternoon. That nothing shall be impossible with you, my sister. Whatever is in your heart to achieve, as you have led these legacies builders forth, lead me to the place of honor. Do not forget me, my Lord and my God. Do wonders in my life. Restore to me the joy of my salvation. I do not want to be left behind. I want to be in the front also. The sky can accommodate all of us. Lead us in the power of your might, oh God. Lead us in the power of your might. Amen. I'm coming at tomorrow. My Bible says, ask for wisdom and for mercy. Be generous and give to the poor. He who gives to the poor will not lack. But he who hides his face from the poor shall be cursed. In all the faith, in every faith, giving to the poor is a tenet. I want you to change partners and hold another woman as I am. I'm rushing so much to a close. And say, today I declare upon you, your strength shall be renewed. You will mount up yet again with wings like eagles. You shall run. Remember that the chariots, that Elijah outran the chariots of Ahab. You shall run and not be weary. You shall walk and not faint. That is my prophecy concerning you. Pray that prayer. Pray that prayer. In Jesus' mighty name. All things will and all things shall, by the unction of the Holy Spirit, shall work together for your good. You will be brought to an expected end. You will never be ashamed because you trust upon the Lord. You will not be ashamed in the mighty name of Jesus. And I pray you will not lose your children. You will not lose your husband prematurely. You will not lose your jobs. You will not lose your careers. The Almighty shall stand around you. It will encircle you with goodness and with mercy. You shall know the joy of God forever. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. I will close. I must close. The keynote speaker must speak. I will close and declare upon you that now I commit you into the hands of the Almighty God. He is the one who is able to keep you from stumbling. He will keep you from stumbling. He will keep you from stumbling. He will present you faultless before God. He will bring the glory and His presence down for your sake. In the mighty name of Jesus. He will be your salvation. He will be the rock of your defense. He will be your shield and your buckler. It will be your exceeding great reward. When you come to Wills 2019, you would have broken barriers. You will be in leadership. 2020, you will, and I declare by the power of God, you will be legacy builders. The Lord bless you and keep you. In Jesus' name.
Just where us faith, so we'll be saved. Please still find a place, guide us with your grace. Give us faith, so we'll be
Whoa. Thank you. All right, I apologize. We're exactly 1 hour behind. So when I start my lady in red tactics, please cooperate with me. We have a situation room. I'm sure you watch CNN. Over there is, to your right, if you're facing me, there is a situation room where people have been going to interview, to say things. So we're going to give them just a minute to come on air and show us what's been going on there. Situation room, please. Felusha.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies, and welcome once again to Women in Leadership Series 2019. This is the Situation Room, and we have some amazing ladies here with us who are going to be talking to us about their experiences so far. So good afternoon, ladies. Can you introduce yourselves, please?
My name is Tomilaya Aliko.
Sylvia Motosho.
And T.Y. Billy.
Sorry, we didn't hear your name, sorry.
T.Y. Billy.
Hi! Okay, all right. So, can you tell us, what your experience has been so far?
Well, it's incredible. It first started by having our souls stirred. And then Pastor Siju came in and stirred our spirits. So she has now handed us over into God's hands. So anything can happen from here.
Amazing, amazing. So, Sylvia, have you ever been here before?
No, this is my first time actually.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And
What
I
are your
couldn't be here early because I had a meeting earlier. But I joined online and I couldn't wait to be here. It's a lot of traffic out there, but I almost ran out of the cars. But so far, so good. Yeah,
Do you have
it's
any
amazing.
expectations?
Yeah, sure. I looked through the speakers and I'm waiting to learn at their feet, It's a lot. I can't put it in one word, so
Okay,
it's amazing. I'm looking forward to.
wonderful. So, Tommy, what does legacy mean to you when you hear the word legacy?
It's interesting because we were talking about this earlier on. So legacy is what you deliberately start to do once you find your purpose in God. So it's what you're creating to leave for others to remember what God has done through you.
Wow, that's deep and fantastic. So, T.Y., tell us about legacy and what it means to you.
For me, having legacy is being like your father. It's being like God. Everything that God does remains forever. So to know that the seeds that God has planted on the inside of you, the harvest of those seeds would outlive you. And finding legacy is finding wisdom to make sure that that's the reality.
What about you, Sylvia? What does legacy mean to you?
Yeah, for me, briefly, it means leaving your footprint in the sands of time, something you'll be remembered for forever, like our Father Jesus. He walked through and still forever we're still talking about him. So living a legacy is like leaving something behind for generations yet unborn.
Wonderful. All right. So thank you so much, ladies, for this experience with you. Thank you for sharing with us. And we are signing out for now. Right back to the main stage. Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies, to build your legacy of having been here, go record something. And for those women and for those here, I dare to say the best is yet to come. We're just taking off. So sorry that we took a little time to take off, but this is it. We have politicians and the church. The combination doesn't look at the watch. So, here we go. We're looking at the watch now. I called on a word from our partners, the media team, before. They were not ready. You have a closing window. Are you ready? Good. Let's go.
Proud sponsors of this event from Cadbury, the makers of Bonvita, hot chocolate, Tom Tom, Buttermint, and Clorets. We are excited to be part of this. We're excited to have you here. As a business, we are passionate about women. We are passionate about their personal growth. One of our heritage brands, Bonvita, which by the way has been improved, it's richer and it's creamier. You should try it. We didn't just change the can, we actually improved the content. It's totally different, never tasted better. But back to what I was saying, Bonvita is all about partnering with moms to actually teach their children the key life skills that you ordinarily wouldn't learn in school. Skills such as focus, resilience, and leadership. So you can imagine how happy we are to partner with organizations like this that actually are inspiring and teaching the mothers of these children how to imbibe and to demonstrate these same skills. Do have an amazing day from Cadbury. Have an amazing time of learning. And from us, it's welcome and well done.
Thank you. And for those who don't know, she's going to kill me, but I'll say it. We are very proud to have here, coordinating this program, the first female managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, our own Oyeyimika Adeboye, who will try and kill me, but I'm up here. Stand up, we are celebrating you. Okay, I've done it. She can't do anything anymore. Somebody has a car, Nissan Altima, registration FN for November, 722 LSR. Your engine is running, your car is locked, your air conditioner is rolling. Not good.
I'm disturbing you.
Hello, help me. Somebody help me.
We're celebrating Yimika Adeboye today. It's a surprise for her. We have a plaque to present to you, Yimika. You are born to inspire. Could you come up?
Oh, wow. Come up. Come up. Come on up. I got that one. Yimika is Wills, and Wills is Yimika. Yimika does all the groundbreaking work, sits there, we negotiate speakers, we look at panelists, traumatizes me at 2 o'clock in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the phone is ringing. I'm thinking, didn't she sleep? And she's like, no, sis, I need to get this done. And she gets it done. And year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, please clap for this woman, this very special woman.
Yimika, don't faint. You are an MD. The first female MD of Cadbury. She has been, in 50 years, she has been working tirelessly behind the scenes. She didn't mind the kind of work she was doing for Wills. I'm sure you never saw her get up on stage. And that is how God, who rewards openly the secret work, has rewarded her. Last year was leading women breaking barriers. Yimika Adeboye has broken a barrier. So, on behalf of the Women in Leadership Series, I present to you this award, the Born to Inspire.
You were born to inspire. Okay, she said, I'm proud of you, I love you, all of that, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our keynote speaker, all the way from Chicago. I know they keep time, and you crossed the oceans, you crossed the desert, you're here. Welcome home. We have no apologies for just, tweaking your time a little. We just love one another, and we just do this. So we stretch it. But we're praising the Lord, and we know that it is God that put you there and brought you here to us. Our keynote speaker is a medical oncologist and cancer geneticist. I want you to listen to me carefully, because I'm calling them small. She is a pioneer, having been involved in mapping, cloning, and characterization of cancer susceptibility genes for decades. Her innovative research in women's cancers showed that women of African ancestry can be genetically susceptible to particularly aggressive forms of breast cancer. And we know, we have loved and we have lost. She translated her research findings to benefit Nigerians and was the first scientist to publish on the genomic landscape of breast cancer in women of African ancestry. They don't know maths, they don't know physics, they're not clapping. Ekpatewo. It didn't just happen, no. She works tirelessly to change the way doctors screen and treat women for breast cancer, so that every woman has a chance to survive and thrive after diagnosis. Where is Shiju? Okay. She's an old girl of that school, Queen's College, Lagos. Here they go. OGQC, a cult. Yeah. Okay. All right, sit down. Not your turn anymore. She's an alumnus of the first university in Nigeria, the University of Ibadan. Are they here? Okay. She completed her hematology/oncology fellowship training at the University of Chicago, joined faculty, and was soon appointed founding director of the Cancer Risk Clinic, eventually becoming director of the Center for Clinical Cancer Genetics. She is currently the Walter L. Palmer Distinguished Service Professor of Medicine and Associate Dean for Global Health at the University of Chicago. Fellow of the American College of Physicians, a pioneer in cancer genetics recognized in the United States and globally, including at home in Nigeria. It was her groundbreaking work in breast cancer among women of African descent that earned her many awards, including our own Officer of the Order of the Niger. She serves on editorial boards and has impressive publications on her record. Our speaker is married to a fellow distinguished professor and is the mother of an excellent brood of children. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to invite Professor Olufunmilayo Olopade Nifalusi, MBBS, DSc, OON, to deliver the keynote address. She has insisted that she has bridesmaids. I hear that there's somebody called Next Generation. Where are they? The Next Generation. They said they're coming up with her. Are they? Where are they? Come on up if you are. Yumika, where are your girls? They lost it. Your Moyawos are not here. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So sweet.
I'll give you 45 minutes.
Thank you.
It runs from there.
Okay. Oh, it's really wonderful to be here, and good afternoon, everyone. My wonderful, wonderful pastor who has brought all of us here today, I can't thank you enough for your inspiration and for the way you have led Nigerian women to rise up and be who they should be. God appointed and God made. So thank you for leading the Handmaidens, because without women, our country is not going anywhere. So thank you for your leadership. I want to acknowledge Her Excellencies that are here. Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, I'm meeting her for the first time. Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun, and Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. Congratulations to our new First Lady, Mrs. Gbajabiamila, who's really going to be leading all the legislation we need in Abuja. So all of you sitting here, I have a mission, because I know you're going to help me to get to where we need to get to in Nigeria by mobilizing women in support of women's health. I want to acknowledge all my elders here, my darling friends, Labo Ademola, and my wonderful Mrs. Dupe Ajayi. These two are always there when I land in Lagos, and thank you for being here today. I want to thank all protocols observed. That's all I can say, because everyone in this audience is my friend. If you're a woman, you are my friend. We have solidarity with one another. So I just want to thank you all for showing up. I was told there would be more than 4,000 women here, and I was frightened to come. But you all are full of energy, full of joy, and I know that we'll have a wonderful time together today. I want to thank my very good friend, Admiral Itunu Hotono. We've come a long way. Our parents actually were friends, and then we became friends in Queen's College, and we've stayed friends. And I haven't seen her in a long time, but hearing her lead the prayers just brought back memories of our times together. So, Itunu, more power to you. Always proud of my wonderful colleagues. So I've come from Chicago, but I was really reluctant to come, because every time I try to come to Nigeria, someone wants me to do something. But guess what? Mrs. Yimika Adeboye, I want to give it up to you, because not only did she convince me to come, she made sure that I landed, that everything went really smoothly, and she went out of her way to make me comfortable. So thank you very much, and congratulations for being a leading woman. I want to acknowledge all my co-panelists, amazing women that are doing wonderful things in Nigeria. It's really always wonderful for me to come back home, because home is really where I learned to lead. You know, in America, everyone talks about the fact that black people have it so bad. But I grew up in Nigeria, and I was like, we're black and proud. Say it loud. Right? And so, I don't know whether my slides will show up, but what I had really prepared to talk to you about is about the role of women in sustainable development. And what I wanted to talk about, really, if I don't know if my slides will project, but if it doesn't project, I have it. It's really my journey from Nigeria to the US and then back to Nigeria, because I do most of my work in Nigeria now. And when I was leaving, Nigeria was amazing because we had money, we had oil money, and it was President Carter had come to ask us to discover America. And my friends know that I'm quite the wanderer. And so my then boyfriend and I said, let's go discover America. And then I saw America and I thought, wow, God's own country, let me go to America. But as soon as I got there, it was clear that in fact, what I was looking for was a way to develop my talent, that I was really intellectually curious. I was always asking questions. I was always restless. My father, who was a minister in the Anglican Church, prayed and prayed for members of his congregation. And then sometimes the outcome was not what he prayed for. So very early on in life, my father wanted a doctor in the family. So I'm number 5 of 6 children. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then all of them, my sister became a nurse. But then I loved my father. He was my playmate when I was younger, well, when I was very young, because we played Ayo together. We lived in Igboshere in Lagos when he was in Lagos. And all the time we were in Lagos, he was always saying, look at those women driving their car. You're going to drive your own like that. And I would say, amen, in Jesus' name. Then my mother would want me to go to Sangros to go and to the market. I say, Sangros, I'm going to supermarket. Oh, no. Sangros, So even as early as when I was a teenager, I always set my eyes on things that were going to be out there. Why? Because in my home, my father always pushed us. Look out there. They don't have 2 heads. And if they don't have 2 heads, you can do it. Didn't treat us like you are a girl and you are a boy. It was like you're going to be the best person because God didn't create junk, right? You are a girl. And it wasn't until I finished medical school, my first trip out of Nigeria, my boyfriend then, Shola and Deji, we went to Ghana. On our way back, we got stopped at the border. And of course, you know now, what do you carry? And we said we didn't carry anything. We just went for exam now. But you know, when they ask you what you carry, you know where that's going. And as a pastor's child, lie, I'm not bribing anybody. So there I was saying, why are you stopping us now? And we don't have anything. We just went to take exam, and we prayed that we pass this exam. Anyway, to cut a long story short, we kept arguing, and finally the man said, look, you, I have someone like you at home. Go and sit down, Joe. That was the first time that it actually became clear to me that people in society will treat me as a woman, to not have a voice, and to just sit down. These were my classmates, and they told me to go and sit down because he has somebody like me at home. That day I said, no, you don't have somebody like me at home. Let me not say anything. But you know what? And my friends turned to me and said, Fumi, to balo joko si ani kurombi yo. So I had to go and sit down because otherwise we were not going to leave that place. I use that story to illustrate how society perceives women. And no matter who you are, no matter what you are, the first way that Nigerians or even all over will perceive you is you are a woman, shut up. And then you go to America, you're a black woman. Who are you? I was fortunate because I had a mentor, and he said to me, If anyone ever asks you to do anything because you're a woman or you're black, say no, because you are better than that. You are the smartest person I know, and you are going to go places. And so this was a white man, and this is why I'm talking it to you all about, you don't know who is going to help you to be the best person that you can't be. Stop looking for that woman or that man or this person to help you. Mrs. Adeboye said, tell these women that they don't need to sleep with men to get along. So I've said it all. Because, you know what? I just went there, I was like, whatever they're doing, they don't have two heads, I'm going to do it. Because that's what my parents taught me at home. And so I was fortunate to be able to go to America. And my mentor said to me, well, what do you want to study? And I was like, well, you know, I came to America because I really was curious about genetics. What is this thing that's called genetics? In Nigeria, when we were in medical school, when you saw a lump, they said common things occur commonly. Everything was tuberculosis, tuberculosis, tuberculosis. And as an internist, if you try to expand the differential, the doctor, then surgeons will say, shut up, it's tuberculosis. So when I got to the US, and of course as I started my work, and I started looking at how ignorant we were because we did not have the tools and we did not have the ability to actually do research. I then decided, you know what? I know I'm going back to Nigeria, but before I go back to Nigeria, I must do the most advanced research that this country, that is the United States, had to offer me. Because what I wanted to do was to come back with something substantial. I wanted to come back to Nigeria a different person. And so we began, and the first year we came back from the US was when we had a military coup. And long history. We went from one military coup to the other to the other. And by the time I came home in 1990, my friends were saying, what are you coming to do at home? The naira was then 10 naira to $1. And I was like, no, this is not happening. No, Nigeria is going to be great because this was a great country when we were in medical school. So long story short, more than 30 years later, a lot has happened in the world, and I have learned a lot by doing research. And the research that I do is about women surviving. You're all here now. When I turned 50, everyone in America, no one wants to grow old because it's like when you're old, you're old, they're going to discard you. And I was like, have you seen Nigerian women? They don't crack. Everybody puts powder on their faces and they're looking amazing. And so I was like, number 5 of 6 children, the 5th child, that's when your mother dies during childbirth now, because we know that the more children you have, the more likely you are to hemorrhage. Number 5 child, no, people don't even go on to have 5 children. Here was I, surviving. People give you statistics about early child mortality, that most children don't survive till age 5. And we can't have that. And so, as a result of all of the advances that we have made in medicine, it is possible for women to go in and have children and not expect that they're going to die. And all of us that are here, we survived. Our mothers survived. That's why we're here. So on my 50th birthday, I said, you know what? I have to keep going back to Nigeria because now I have all these women that were born my age who are now entering this age where they have survived all the childhood illnesses, malaria, measles. they didn't die, they didn't get malnourished, and now they're amazing, well-educated, professional women. Hardly a day passes by that somebody doesn't email me and say, I have breast cancer. What am I going to do about it? And then I would say, well, you know what? I've been doing research in breast cancer for decades. Since I went to the US, it just occurred to me that women get breast cancer, and the most important risk factor is because they're women. Men get prostate cancer, and the most important risk factor is because they're men. So what is this about these diseases? That as you get older, you're more likely to get it. And then people tell me that black women have the worst type of breast cancer, and nobody was doing research on it. So I live on the south side of Chicago. Before the Obamas became famous, we were actually neighbors. And so Michelle Obama and I will go to churches to go and talk to black women and say, guess what? We have to be part of the solution. That's why I'm so energized by all of you here today, because it feels like the South Side congregation, right? And I was like, these are my people. Because everyone will say, oh, when you come to Chicago, don't live south, don't live west. And so the same thing, when I got there, I went to the north side, and then I packed my bag and I went to the suburbs. And it wasn't until I went to work at the University of Chicago that I realized, oh my goodness, there are all these amazing black people on the south side of Chicago. Why are they telling me to go live in the suburb? That's the segregation, that is the racial divisiveness that's kept us from being in solidarity with one another. So as I went to live on the south side of Chicago, I then said, you know what, I'm going to dedicate myself to studying the diseases that no one cared about. And the reason they didn't care about them is because, you know, our brothers and sisters, as a result of the slave trade, went to America. And they were put in plantations. They built America. They built the economy. But the segregation and the racism divided us. And I remember when we were in medical school, who was there during FESTAC? FESTAC 77, right? We thought we were going to liberate all of black people in the world and bring them to Nigeria. Ipitombi, remember Ipitombi, right? And I remember Bob Marley, all of those people coming to say freedom of the people. And I remember when Nigeria got oil, we were saying we're going to end apartheid in South Africa because Nigeria could do it. We had money, we had people, we had the power, and as a result of the political will, we actually put pressure to end apartheid in South Africa. So going to America and finding the fact that people were still segregated in housing, that our people were poor, was what got me to say, you know what, I'm going to show them I'm Nigerian, and I've come to America, and God willing, we're going to do this research. So in 2003, when a new hospital was built, they actually put my face on the billboard, and they were advertising all over. In fact, if you go to the airport in Chicago, sometimes when we have our national meeting, my face is on the billboard. My face is on the buses. And my face is on the buses, and you know, people gave me awards. In fact, one of the awards I just had was the Order of the Lincoln. It's the highest award you can give in Illinois. And they all talk about the fact that I've done this work to bring Nigeria and African Americans together to solve the problems that we have. And I was like, are you kidding me? I went to medical school free because I had a merit scholarship, right? The federal government invested in me. So coming back to do my research in Nigeria was a debt I owe to the society, right? Because society invested in me. Okay? I was head girl at Queen's College, and all these amazing women that you are seeing, we went because the government invested in us. And before then, I went to St. Anne's because the Church Missionary Society built schools, and that legacy was what they left us. We're talking now about building legacy. They built a legacy of good education. The best girls' education in the country was what I had before I went to America. So whenever people talk about, so how did you grow up? I was like, I had the best, right? They want to hear this story about this impoverished poor girl from some village in Nigeria. And I'm like, no, I grew up and I went to the best. So they say, oh, that's not interesting. Because we have to have pride in who we are. We have to have pride. That's our legacy. And so every time anyone talks anything bad about Nigeria, and my friends know me, it's like, what are you talking about? You haven't seen Nigeria. Look at you all today. They haven't seen powerful women until they've come to Lagos. So that's how, in 2004, we came back, and the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, and I want to give a shout out to my research team, Dr. Huo and Dr. Adedokun, who are in the back there. And we came back, and I said, look, I have done this work in America, and I need to know what to do, because whenever I talk about it, everyone says, well, God, we don't want to talk about breast cancer. We forbid, God forbid in Jesus' name. And I'm like, you ladies, we gotta get our act together. So the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, we got together, it was 2004, and we had our first meeting. We got market women, we got professional women. Labo, you were there when I came. And I said, what should we do? And they all said, you know what? We need to do research. Everything that you're learning in America, we want you to be able to do it in Nigeria. And that's how we began our work. Building capacity, trying to study breast cancer. We started in UCH, then we came to LASUTH, then we're now at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. We went to Ife, and the more we researched, the more we found women who had breast cancer. And the more we've learned about the fact that, you know, in the US, when you go to an African-American church, or you go to a neighborhood, a poor neighborhood, when you said, you know, why did you come so late, was what people would always say. Why did you come late with your breast cancer? And the women would say, no, I didn't come late. I had no insurance. There were no doctor who would treat me. Okay? Then we came to UCH, and we went to talk to the women there, because my students always come here to do research. And we talked to the women. They said, I went to the community health center. I went to the dispenser. I went to church. I went everywhere. And I've been using antibiotics as the cancer grew larger and larger and larger. So it wasn't that these women weren't showing up. They were showing up. But they showed up and got the wrong help. Okay? So you're all church women here. You're all women of faith. If anyone tells you I have a lump, tell them to worry, right? Because they will say, Emma, worry. Even the doctors here don't tell you what's wrong with you. When we were in medical school, we would be speaking language that you cannot understand. As a patient, how can you take care of yourself if your doctor is speaking lingo that you don't understand? You've got to be able to break it down. As an oncologist, everyone will say, why? So depressing. And I will say, no. I have the best job in the world. Why? Because when I get a woman through treatment of breast cancer and they survive and thrive and they live on, they're forever grateful that they met me. Okay? And then, you know what they do? They send me gifts. This brooch is a gift from a patient, right? Because she can never forget how I got her through. And then sometimes we're not God. And this is why I'm always humbled. My sister-in-law, she be doctor near. Mani ordinary doctor. You are not God. Madeni, that's true. But the thing is, God gave us wisdom, right? And God gave us the brain to continue to pursue the best understanding. And the revelation he will continue to give us is as much as we continue to trust him to give us that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. If you don't have knowledge and understanding, you live. People perish for lack of knowledge. This is why I'm encouraging and urging all of you today to join the movement of improving knowledge. Knowledge is power. And when people don't know, they won't know what to do. So when I will go to the churches and I go to meetings and people will say, but black women don't do this, black women don't do that. I said, no. It's because you haven't talked to them in the language that they understand. So when we started working on genetics, we had a march on Washington. And we went and we had consultation with people in the synagogues. You know, we'll all love Israel. In fact, Nigeria supports the economy of Israel more than they support the economy in Lagos. Because now we have to go on pilgrimage. I went to Saudi Arabia, and the women are there, and they also have a problem with breast cancer. So all over the world, wherever you go to, women get breast cancer because they're women. It has nothing to do with the religion they are. But you know what? We trust God. So in Saudi Arabia, I asked the women, so what's going on? What's going on here? One of the things that's actually happened is that you have more and more women in medicine, right? I was surprised that 70% of the women in medical school in Saudi Arabia are women. And you know why? You know why? Because the men don't want to serve other people. It's a low paying jobs. So one of the things that's happening in medicine now, in our medical school class, 50% of the doctors of the students in medical school are women. And men are going to do investment banking and all of that. And so the more women get into the high professions, the less we diminish that profession. That's why yesterday, or I don't know when, yesterday my friend here was arguing with me about, Nigerian doctors, they're not good enough. Anytime we have something, we have to go abroad. And I was like, no. I know Professor Ogunshola is here. Right? There are many of us who did not leave the country, who actually stayed here to build the country, to continue to do work. So whenever my husband and I came back, we would go back and work with our colleagues. And I told my colleagues from Luth and Lassuth, I said, come here today and bring placards. I don't think they... they're here, look at them. Dr. Fati Regun, I said, these women have come to train with me because I've opened my university to doctors here to come and train. And every time they come, I say, you're going back. I couldn't come back because by the time I continued to do my research, it was too advanced. And I was better off staying there to continue to do the research I was doing. But all these women come, they learn, they said, we're going back and we're going to do the same. And when they go back, and the Medical Women's Association, when they told me, let's study breast cancer in Nigeria, it was because they want every woman in Nigeria to have a chance to survive breast cancer, just like we have made significant advances in those countries. Okay? So in 1996, there was a poster on the front page of Newsweek. And I'm going to have a pastor send my slides to all of you because I wanted you to see it. But when that breast cancer gene was identified, it turned out that the first 10 families that had this genetic mutation, they were all families who didn't know they were related, but they could all trace their roots back to Israel. And in America, we call them Ashkenazi Jews. They were Jews who went through Eastern Europe, and then as a result of the Holocaust, as a result of persecution, they were throughout the Jewish diaspora. So every time we're going to talk about genetics and legacy, it's always about what is the stigma that is associated with it. When I say I have this in my family, am I going to be able to get married? Am I going to be able to have children? When we do genetics, we talk about sickle cell disease, right? It was the first genetic disease that was in African ancestry groups. And guess what? How much research have we done? Instead of doing research, we ostracize, we make it a stigma to have a condition. Okay? So when we begin to look at all the things that we should pay attention to, mental health, depression. My mother worked at Aro Mental Hospital when I was growing up because I was born in Abeokuta. And I remember as an occupational therapist, she would tell us about women who had had severe depression that she ministered to. Not only was she a minister's wife, she was also an occupational therapist. My mother was the one who taught me that every day you are getting up and you are not going to be a kept woman. You are going to work. Not only was she a pastor's wife, she was also the best person, she was so hospitable because she would teach you how to feed 2,000 women when they came for a conference. So I learned to cook, and my husband likes that, by the way. Right? So I tell them, women, you have to be an all-rounder, right? Because you hold society together. And so when we started doing this work, we would go to the synagogues, and the women in the synagogues would say, you know what, we're going to support research, and Jews are going to be the first to be cured. I say, okay, watch me. Nigerians too are going to be doing this work. Right? Because we're also God's children, and that you can trace all of these things, and because they knew, because they invested in research, because they cared, because they saw this in their family, they are the ones who have been funding my research in Nigeria. Okay? And why? Because we go around, we go to meetings, we go to Israel, we go everywhere, and we're going across the Jewish diaspora. And they know me. Fumi is the black one across. I say, yeah, because we all started. You came from Ethiopia to Israel, and then we're all over the diaspora. So they will say, let us find out what's going on in Nigeria. And so the challenge that I throw at you is that the first study we did, we actually found not only that Jews have BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutation, it's in every population. And our own BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutation is even higher than they have in Israel. And yet, when people are talking about this, they only think about Angelina Jolie. How many of you know Angelina Jolie? Where is our own celebrity breast cancer survivor? Where is our own Angelina Jolie? The first woman who came out and said, I had breast cancer, was Mrs. Ford when she was in the White House. Reagan's wife had breast cancer. And they all went out and said, let's mobilize and figure out what we're going to do. Because what we know now is that when you intervene early, when you have medications that work, you can actually have people survive not only breast cancer, you can also prevent breast cancer. So one of the things that I wanted to share with you is really that we have done more than 20 years of work now in Nigeria. Cancer can run in families, okay? And if that's the case, go and ask your doctor, what is my risk for breast cancer? Okay? And it's not even that it runs in your family. It can come from your father's side or your mother's side. Okay? Some women don't even know their family's history. So when we started doing our work in Nigeria, we found out that most of the women that we actually found who had a BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutation did not report a family history. Because you know what? Families don't talk about these things. Right? Colon cancer, they don't talk about it. Prostate cancer, they don't talk about it. In fact, when you are working with men, it's like the men just hide things under that agbada. And the women don't care about it anymore. So it's like, I didn't know because, you know, they're on their own. So we have to care for each other. If you are married, you have to know what's going on with your husband. And for men that are here, you have to know what's going on with your wives. And what we need to do is we need to figure out how to create a healthcare system that will capture all of us. Okay? It's not about the rich now getting on the plane and going to London or going to the US to get care. It's about all of us creating the infrastructure in Nigeria for us to get the best care right here in Nigeria. And this is why I want to throw a challenge. So after we did all our work, we are doing prevention, we're doing genetic testing, everything that I have in my practice, I immediately bring it to Nigeria. Dr. Fatih Regun is there. I said, if Angelina Jolie could get genetic testing in America, we have to get it here as well. Okay? And so last year, we started our first cancer risk clinic. We started it in Ibadan. We're doing it in Lagos. And my colleagues and I, we actually built a breast cancer risk assessment tool for Nigerian women. Okay? And it's a simple question. So when somebody comes to my clinic and say, why me? We used to have an organization called Why Me? Because you are blaming yourself. In our language, it's a victim. And it's like, no. It's like, why not you? 1 in 3 men and women at some point, if they live long enough, will get cancer. That's the statistics. The reason we haven't been talking about it here is because we have not been keeping the statistics in Nigeria. We have not been following through. We have not been talking about it. So we're not going to build a legacy on lies. You understand? We have to build a legacy on truth. What is going on? Heart disease, diabetes, cancer, mental illness. These are all things that affect people as they go through life. You understand? And we pray that God will keep us healthy. But if we're not well, that's why God created good doctors like Dr. Olopade. Okay? You've got to trust your doctor. So I tell them, trust me, I got your back. Okay? Now, the challenge we have in Nigeria is that we cannot say that our doctors have our backs because we have not invested in the infrastructure. I'm bringing money, I'm bringing everything from America to come and help patients with breast cancer here. And I've told my amazing Dr. Shiju that she's going to get us $10 million to treat Nigerian women. Okay? I'm raising the bar because if we have $10 million, we have the infrastructure, the doctors are there, they're ready to go, but there are no medicines. When a woman has breast cancer, they tell the doctor, go and source the drug. Go, they run around. I have a little chemo here, a little chemo there. If you do that, you're not going to get a good outcome. People will say, is it fake or is it genuine? You buy drugs through third parties, fourth parties, and they sell it to you at 10 times what it should cost. We can't have that happen anymore. So my dear first ladies, okay, we're going to do it in Lagos State. We're going to do it in Ogun State. We're going to do it in Edo State. Okay? And I know the Redeemed Church can do it. So, in those days when we were in the in university, we had all this Varsity Christian Union, SU, Scripture Union. That's where Pastor Adeboye started. He was a brilliant mathematician, and then he figured out how he was going to build this franchise, right? It's the #1 export that Nigeria has to the world, is the Redeemed Church, right? Okay, so now I want the Redeemed Church to import me back to Nigeria. Okay, import me back, and then let me train many oncologists to know how to treat women with breast cancer in this country. Okay? We have drugs. These drugs work. When they work, breast cancer will be a thing of the past. In Jesus' name. We need to do the research. We need to do early detection. And you know what? When they start talking about what is the legacy that we have built from today that is lasting, all of you will say you were there, right? When we all made a commitment, and Pastor Shiju is getting that $10 million. We're going to pray for it, that we have money and we bring drugs in to treat every woman with breast cancer in Nigeria. Because we can do it. The women who are going to India, who are going to get sub-pack treatment, it will be a thing of the past in Jesus' name. Okay? Because the research we do and what we do will matter. It will matter. The reason why the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, Susan G. Komen, and this is going to be my last story. So Susan G. Komen and is a breast cancer organization that is international. And her sister, Nancy Breaker, they were in Peoria. Peoria is a very small town in Illinois. And her sister was dying of breast cancer. She had breast cancer diagnosed at 28. Okay? And she said, I'm going to make a promise that I'm going to let every woman and lead an international organization to end breast cancer. And she made a promise to her sister. So I've served on the board of Susan G. Komen. They've also supported my work. And Nancy Breaker is one who's internationally renowned. She, just like her sister, have a BRCA1 mutation. And since she made that promise to her sister, if you know how many thousands of women with BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutation we have found, and we are following as part of an international network. And guess what? Families that know that they have that legacy, they're not dying from breast cancer anymore. They are doing preventive approaches. Angelina Jolie came out and said, you know what? My mother died from breast cancer. My aunt is dying from ovarian cancer. I will not let that happen to me, and I will not let that happen to the next generation. And so she came out, and as a result of that, we're finding and helping women before they ever get breast cancer. But the work is not done because we've only identified a few genes. There's still so many things that we don't know. And that's why our team, we're back here to continue to study. And I'm sure some of you have what I call local intelligence. You know what works and what doesn't work. That's why we want to have partnership. We want to know how to talk about these things. We want to know how to break the stigma. We want to know how to give everyone hope. Okay? Because without hope, and hope is what the church has given all of us. When you go in there and you pray that God will heal you, you are looking for hope. You're looking for support. So in our research, we asked black women, why aren't you taking antidepressants? And there's so many things that we have asked in our research. And the thing is, they have nothing. So they go to church and they sing gospel music. And they say, you know what? It's in God's hand. When I come to Nigeria, I'm energized by all of you. Because when you are frustrated by the government doesn't work, electricity doesn't work, my children don't have jobs, you know what? Women still get up every morning, right? They put one foot in front of the other because they have hope for the future. So I'm hoping that as our panelists come together and as we continue to deliberate, that what we're going to be talking about today is hope for a better future for every Nigerian. That women will not only survive childbirth, but they will live to a long old age. Okay? And that whatever happens along the way, whether it's the knee, having to have a knee replacement, and by the way, I'm waiting to do my own knee replacement, that there will be resources and there will be doctors who can do that. So I hope all of you will take good care of yourselves. I hope you will continue to support each other. But if somebody tells you, I have something, please don't tell them not to worry about it. Tell them, worry about it, pray about it, but find a very good doctor. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank God for the good doctors in the house. Thank God for the women who give their time to finding a way for the rest of us to survive all these diseases. And like she said, why me? Why not me? At this point, I'm going to invite, they have permanent secretaries in ministry. We also have some permanent moderators for panel discussions. So I'm going to invite very quickly my sister, Osai Alile, to moderate our panel. Louder. Osai has left a legacy of helping people grow businesses. She nurtured young business people in the Faith Foundation for years. She's consulted in various ways. She's led women in management and business, WIMBIZ. A young woman going somewhere, but she has just started her work. So please encourage her as she comes up. We have 10 panelists. they're so powerful that I know that we're only going to take just the tip of the iceberg from them because of our time constraints. However, we're going to suck what we can. Our first panelist was a mathematics major and now founder CEO of Nigeria's leading smart card manufacturing personalization plant, providing comprehensive end-to-end payment, identity management, and digital security solutions for the financial services sector, telecommunications, government, education, healthcare, and private enterprise. The company is fully certified by Visa, Verve, and MasterCard. Operates a world-class production plant employing the best practices and international standards. A client base that spans over 5 African countries, and they are the leading EMW certified card plant in West Africa. Only one of 6 in Africa, and a member of the elite club of only 80 such companies in the world. I don't know how to call her if she's on this Kodak line. Oh, yeah, can we pull this together quickly, please? Thank you. Pardon? I'm not coming down. I'm standing right here. Thank you. It's okay. Don't worry. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Kofo Akikugbe. Step out of line, Kofo, please. Let's go. Our next panelist is an attorney, a corporate governance and development finance expert, an independent non-executive director on many boards. This lady was the Vice President, Secretary General of the African Development Bank, ADB, having served for years as head of project operations in the legal department of the ADB. She's an alumnus of the University of Ife. And then she went on to university in Miami and Pennsylvania. She sits at the Nigerian bar and in New York as well. An ardent champion of girls and women's economic empowerment and mentors, particularly with career management. She's a deacon and a member of the choir in her church. She holds gold and bronze medals in swimming and was accorded the National Award of the Order of the Niger by the federal government of Nigeria in recognition of her contribution to development. Ladies and gentlemen, Cecilia Akintomide. She comes up. This next one is very special. She's another attorney. We call them lawyers in Nigeria, but you know, I like that word, attorney. She originally studied English. Therefore, law was a second degree. So for those who are still thinking about it, it's possible. She has spent more than 30 years at Adax Petroleum, in the Adax Petroleum Group. It more than qualifies her for a Nobel Prize in loyalty to an employer. A highly motivated professional with exemplary leadership qualities. She was General Manager, Human Resources and Administrative Services, Community Relations, Security and External and Government Affairs at Adax. She was the first female General Manager in Adax Petroleum, the first female Executive Director in 4 subsidiary companies of the Adax Group. Part of the team that negotiated several major upstream contracts and secured several government approvals critical for the company operations. Retiring after 30 years of meritorious service, Our Lady, Dorothy Atake. is passionate about mentoring young and upcoming professionals in the oil and gas industry. As she steps gingerly, I would like you to join me to wish her a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Very good. This next one, my baby sister with a big head, came to public attention in the early 2000s as a member of the music group Kush. After which, she built a reputation as one of Nigeria's foremost photographers, cataloging our history and our family memories as part of her legacy. Indeed, she has the unique distinction of having photographed 3 sitting Nigerian presidents. Our multi-talented sister deploys the same creative gift to produce engaging yet timeless music. Her albums include Greenland, Ekundayo, and The Future. She recently published another album with Tope Alabi called The Spirit of Light. T.Y. Bello. My next panelist is a computer scientist turned social entrepreneur. She's the founder and creative director of Miti Meth. I haven't adopted her yet, too, but you know, Yoruba people say, Dada Oleja, Ola Buro to Gbojule. Now, let me translate that to you. It says, if Dada can't fight, he has a small sister that he can depend on, who can fight their battles. That's my small sister. Creative director of Miti Meth, an award-winning social enterprise in Nigeria, which trains and engages riverine communities and local artisans to produce and earn livelihoods from unique handcrafted home decor and personal accessories utilizing invasive aquatic weeds, agro waste, and non-timber resources. For most of us, we're familiar with water hyacinth that takes over the Lagos lagoon and creeks just to herald the Harmattan. Miti Meth's unique handmade projects have featured in domestic and international exhibition. But she didn't just get there. She had spent 11 years with ExxonMobil in the US, where she held a variety of regional and global positions. Her foundation in computer science and economics from the now Obafemi Awolowo University of Ife prepared her for advanced degrees from Illinois State University and Cornell University. Achenyo Idachaba Obaro. Now, I have a little magician coming up next as my number 6, who also started out as an attorney. She has been for 15 years a foremost event planner that has earned her a place among Nigeria's industry leaders. She has, oh my God, you people go to too many parties. Oosh. Her passion has built a leading wedding and events brand, walking brides and their parents through the wedding planning wilderness. She published a book called The Essential Bridal Handbook. She has Funke Says, which is a YouTube series for brides that guides them through their wedding planning process. She has the Zephyr Training Academy, which is raising new leaders in the field and impacting lives. She reads as much as she writes and is notable for her signature dance moves. Funke Bokno Obruthe. Now, this one, you're going to wait for me, because, you know, I can be talking about these small girls, but when I'm talking about big girls, I'm talking about big girls, okay? I have another old girl of Queen's College. I'm rolling my eyes. She's another alumnus of the University of Ife, a master's degree in medical microbiology at the University of Lagos, a PhD in medical microbiology at the College of Medicine, University of Wales, a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College in Pathology and of the West African College of Physicians, a fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, a full professor. Our sister was elected by her peers in 2013 as the 13th provost and first female provost of the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, in its over 50 years of existence. 2 years ago, she was appointed the first Deputy Vice Chancellor, Development Services of the University of Lagos, where she oversees entrepreneurship, innovation, advancement, and international and strategic partnerships. Now listen, in the course of her academic career, the rest of you, everybody counting legacy, you need statistics. In the course of her academic career, she has been actively involved in healthcare and manpower development, training over 2,500 undergraduate medical students, over 1,000 nurses, and over 200 medical laboratory scientists. She has trained over 30 doctors at the postgraduate level and supervised over 60 students for the Masters in Medical Microbiology. She has supervised and co-supervised 7 PhDs. Now, I'm not done. She has set up clinics in the poorest slums in Lagos to provide general medical care, HIV prevention, and antenatal services to those communities. She has increased the visibility and impact of clinical microbiology by initiating microbiology rounds in the intensive care unit and fostering a multidisciplinary approach to the management of sepsis in the hospital, which has resulted in significant reduction of mortality rates. She reactivated the infection control unit of the hospital, and members of the unit played a significant role in the recent Ebola outbreak. Our professor, Folashade Ogunshola, loves to travel. She loves music. She's a member of the church choir, an avid reader with special interest in biographies, motivational, and DIY books. Can you beat that? Our next panelist is another professor. She is the Dean of the Lagos Business School, a Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, a Fellow of the Society of Corporate Governance in Nigeria, and in recognition of her, she was made a Fellow in recognition of her exemplary leadership and contributions to good governance in the Nigerian education sector. She's an accomplished professional with more than 30 years' experience in financial services and management education sectors. Atop her academic laurels, she serves on the boards of several indigenous and international companies. Professor Enase Okonedo. Okay, now I'm talking shop. Talk. I have a lady who is an independent content provider for television. Through her production company, Universal Communications, she does that. There's something called Today's Woman, which ran on television for 10 years. She takes the credit for a popular national chart show, One on One, which hosted national leaders in business and politics. And currently trending is something called Seriously Speaking, a weekly chat show. She publishes a lifestyle magazine that many of us read called TW, a lifestyle family magazine for the cosmopolitan woman. She's a motivational speaker with a passion for women, youth, and development issues, also full of energy. Adesua Onyenokwe. Last but not the least, another attorney. In fact, those of you who haven't studied law, think about it. She started her career with the United Nations in Switzerland, Ethiopia, and Namibia. And I dare you to find those places on the map. She is the founder of Terra Culture, an educational and recreational organization set up to promote the richness and diversity of Nigerian languages, arts, and culture. Founder of BAP Productions, Bolanle has directed award-winning musicals, including Saru, Waka the Musical, Fela and the Kalakuta Queens, and Moremi the Musical. She produced a faction documentary called 93 Days, and now commercially, Blink Lagosians. Make sure you watch it. With partners in the art world, she set up TKMG Auction House, raising the value of Nigerian art globally and giving us a chance to recycle our money. Bolanle is a public speaker on entrepreneurship, and my cousin, Bolanle Austin Peters. I hand over to Asai. Thank you. Is she coming up? She's not here, though. Oh, Pastor, our mother in the house. Pastor, Dr. Shijuade, Iluyomade, the Chocomilo of Pastor Heidi, steps on the stage. Thank you. Please let me pick this thing.
I think today, before we start the but I want to do first things first. And this is important to me. Today, I want to award to our dear guest speaker the Arise Born to Inspire Award. She has today spoken about women taking charge of their own bodies. You know why the African woman doesn't take charge of her body? She doesn't want anybody to know. If she's a married woman, she's afraid someone will take her place. She does not want to treat herself. Dr. Lokpade, I knew in Queen's College. I was in Form 1. She was the head girl.
And now she's my champion. Now she's our fearless leader.
It's so funny. I never thought, honestly, it's amazing. God works in mysterious ways.
Yes.
And I've heard so much about you. But there's something you did which I don't think you will remember. But I think you will remember. I had a dear friend who had cancer. It was way too late by the time we had to bring her back to Nigeria. That experience for me was one of the most traumatic and dramatic experience. By the time we brought her back home, for the first time, we came back from England with empty suitcases. And I said to my friend, on that day as we were leaving London, I said, what would make you happy? She said, the day I wear makeup again. She never lived to wear makeup. And she was struggling. On that day as we were leaving London, I said, what would make you happy? She said, the day I wear makeup again. She never lived to wear makeup. And she was struggling so much to be alive. And then Dupe called Dr. Lokpade to come and see her. And she came as a medical doctor and as a prophet of the Most High God. She came to Sinike on that day, and she told her, my dear, it's too late. You will go, but make your peace with your maker and be ready to go. And she kissed her on the forehead, and the next morning, my friend had peace and went. I thank you, Lord. I thank you. That I meet you this day, for me, it's an honor and a privilege. I need some assistance, but I can do it myself. I brought you the thing that I knew you with in That was the call to dinner. You can't ring it anymore. Oh my. I have the privilege of ringing this bell as well. Yeah, you see. I can't get to it. Queen's College girls, that was the call to dinner, and you dare not. I repeat, you dare not miss it.
We thank God. We thank God. I will. Okay, all my Queen's College girls.
Forget that. I went to Reagan. So, up Reagan. Okay.
Okay.
The party is over.
On behalf of the Arise.
On behalf of the Arise. On behalf of Wills, Handmaiden Wills, we want to present
this born
this Born to Inspire award to Dr. Olufunmilayo Falusi Olokpade. I must remember her parents, Olokpade. Thank you.
Wait. Where are the other awards? Okay. Give me the other awards. Ha! I'm a strong woman. And I'm going to get another strong woman to bite our tongue. Now, I'm the one holding the mic. You're not. That's it. I will get it and hold it. Okay. Now, me and you. Auntie Mori, this sad. Help me.
So the awards is being presented to Mori Desalu, Born to Inspire Award. The Handmaidens Women in Leadership Series presents the 2019 Born to Inspire Award to Mori Desalu.
She has graciously from inception anchored this event. She has honored us and she has always been there for us. Auntie Maureen, we thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
This award. No. Can you read it? Cameraman, can you read this award? What does it say? This award. Okay.
The unpaid help. This award, the Handmaidens Women in Leadership Series presents the 2019 Born to Inspire Award to Osayi Alile.
And the last last award.
Well, I want to believe she's in the house somewhere. If she's not, someone will pick. She didn't make it here today. But this last award, Born to Inspire Award 2019, goes to Joke Silva Jacobs. Wagbo. I know. She's not here, but, you know, she'll get it.
I'm sure we can spell Omugo. Joke is a new grandmother, and she's doing her work. So we applaud her, we love her, and we collect this on her behalf. Okay. No, have they taken the pictures? Yes, done. Okay, all right.
Forward. They should have moved. No, they can't move.
Can they move the podium?
Can't move it because of the mic.
They can.
They can actually.
They can. They can make it.
Or should we move to one side?
They can.
Let's go to one side. You know what?
Can you hear me? Everyone up there, can you hear me? Can you just wave at us? All right then. I'm really excited. I think it's my 4th year moderating these sessions. And I want to say a very big thank you, first of all. But very excited to be here, especially in 2019. Pastor Siju, I said she would be quiet, but I know it's not possible. Because I have so many things that run in my head that, you know, if you have been to this program over and over again, you realize that there's so many things that we want to discuss, so many things we want to talk about, and so many, you know, we want to take a journey this afternoon to get us to a certain place. So when we all walk out of this room, there are a few things that I've been able to take away with us so that we can also benefit from this whole process. We have phenomenal women. Can you just clap for the women on the stage today? Phenomenal women. Women that are creating, women that are building lasting legacies, because we know it's a journey really. It's not, there's no destination, it's a journey. It's a journey. So I'm going to begin. I know that many people argue that a sustainable career is the foundation of legacy. Some say it's family. I know that Pastor Siju mentioned family today. But we all know that a legacy isn't a legacy unless it fits the generation that follows it. According to Catherine Meadowcroft, what one leaves behind is the quality of one's life, the summation of the choices and the actions. And our keynote speaker spoke about a few choices she had to make today. One's spiritual and moral values also. Today, the women, we're going to speak about this. Today, we're also going to take responsibility in creating legacies. We're going to take a responsibility in building things that last. We are not living for today, we're living to build the future. So I'm going to start off with, everybody has already won me today. But I'm starting with Mrs. Akinkugbe. Mrs. Akinkugbe, when the keynote speaker spoke this morning, she mentioned something about hard work. Legacy is building is hard work. How do we begin is the toughest part. A lot of people here think people understand what it means to build a legacy. But where do we start from? You've been running your business for a few years now. I don't want to count the number of years, but you can tell us. What steps do we need to take in building a strong legacy in the society? And what do we consider it as a strategic process to get in there? No thesis, just give me a line or two. What do we need to do and how do we need to get there? And why is it even important for us to even build legacies in the first place?
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Well, in building legacies, in my opinion, there's always a foundation. And I would liken it to, if for instance you want to build a building with 16 floors, the foundation for that building is different from a vision that you have to build a building with 5 floors. So building legacies, the skills that are required in building is different from the skills that are required when you want to build to last. And it's not, a sustainable legacy is not in compartments. It cuts across your career, it cuts across family, and it cuts across your personality, your Christian life, and who you are as a person. So if I have to talk about myself, when I started my business, right from the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey, I knew that I wanted to build a legacy. And it's always very important to ask yourself in whatever you're doing, that what exactly is driving you? And when I started my business and I saw that I was working extremely hard, I had to ask myself some questions as well, because I knew it wasn't because of the money. That what exactly is driving me? And from the very beginning, shortly after my entrepreneurial journey, I knew that I wanted to build to last. I wanted to build a legacy. And so in my thinking, the steps in building the legacy is, first of all, having your vision, and then asking yourself, what exactly do you want to do with this vision? You know, building legacy is painstaking. Building at the beginning is a lot of work. And when you build and the building stands, is also a lot of work to start building to last. And so what I would just say is that there are hard and there are soft skills in building legacies. In my opinion, in building legacy, the hard skills are the building blocks. And when I talk about building blocks, if you are building a business to last, then you're talking about building blocks like, you know, operational process, your customer care, technology, and different things that create that business. But the soft skills, which is also very, very important, is building that brand. That how will this company continue after you? How do I replicate the values that I want or that I have put within this vision? How do I replicate those values? And how does it continue after you? And as you said, it is, yes, painstaking. It is, yes, a lot of work, but it requires a lot of focus. And it's something that is, you have to be determined to do. It is something that you want to do. Because a lot of people have visions, but they are not long-term. And there's nothing wrong with that. But some people have visions, and the approach is quite different because they know from the beginning that this particular vision is to last. That's my
thing. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw myself to the end of the room now and go to Mrs. Okenado. And I said, Prof, sorry. Prof, she mentioned something and said that it's painstaking. And that there's soft skills and there are hard skills. Sometimes when we come to this kind of environment, we're speaking over people's heads. And I know that you're a prof. But I'm coming to you because I know you can speak in both levels, high and low. I want you to just give me just a few pointers, the soft skills and the hard skills. So everyone in the room can say to themselves, okay, I want to build a lasting legacy. These are one of the two things I need to be able to walk away from here today and to say and do exactly what Pastor Siju had mentioned, which gave a talk. So can you help us, please?
Thank you very much. To speak about the soft skills, I think to build a lasting legacy, one needs compassion and empathy in the first instance to be able to recognize what it is in the world you would want to change and to make a difference, to feel what others are feeling. In my case, it was being very passionate about leadership and management education. It's also the ability to reach out to people that we need. Sometimes when you're so focused on objectives, Kofo mentioned focus, and I think that that's an absolute skill that you need to be very focused on what it is that you want to achieve. Now, sometimes when one is very focused on those things, we sort of give it everything that we have. And especially for us women, we can be perceived sometimes as being hard. And we may forget that we're dealing with humans that we have to reach out to, that we have to care for. When it comes to the hard skills that we require, absolute focus is non-negotiable in my view. A clear path to what it is you want to do and how you want to pay it forward, which is what a legacy is about. I also find that being very objective, being very honest with yourself, to know what your limitations are. Sometimes when we're focused on things, we may exaggerate or be overconfident of our strengths. But we need the humility to recognize what our strengths and our weaknesses, because in building a legacy, it's very difficult that one goes it alone. You need people to go with you. And therefore, you need the humility to know what are your weaknesses and where can you draw from people who would have things that complement those as well. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I could hardly hear myself.
Can we clap? Why now? Pastor Siju. It's you I will call you. And they're not clapping for the all right. Okay. Can we hear everybody speaking? Because from here it's echoing. We want to be sure. Okay. All right. So maybe it's just from this end.
Please, can we have quiet in the room? There's too much noise, too many people moving around. Can we please settle down, please?
Thank you. Please, if you have questions, can you write it down and then pass it to the ushers so the ushers can bring it to the front? We want to try and get as many questions as possible. Another thing that was said today was that we should stop being appendages. For those that don't understand, how do I even say appendage in normal English? Stop hooking. Hooking yourself. So I'm going to go to Mrs. Atake. Does money matter? Money in building a legacy. Does it matter?
Thank you, Osai. For anything in this world, I think money plays an important role. Although initially you can build a legacy when you start as a young person, you can start without money. But as you do progress, you will certainly need some amount of finance to sort of take you to the next level. I use myself as an example. I started work at a very early age of 20, and over the years, I just found myself going from one level to the other. I was building a legacy, but initially I was not aware that I was building a legacy. I didn't have any money. I was a young graduate, and I joined the company. But I grew along, I started progressing from one level to the other, and I was mentoring people. I was taking on leadership roles. I was building a legacy without even knowing it. So at that time, I won't say money really matters, but as you progress and get to a certain level, and when you want to impact so many people, definitely money becomes relevant at that stage.
I will ask the question again in another way. Is it a requirement when you are talking about legacy and building legacies? And I don't know if Pastor Siju is going to help us here. But I know that even when the keynote spoke today, Dr. Falusi, she mentioned even trying to raise $10 million. If when she said the money, I said, ah. Then she said the money again, I said, You know, I did double But, you know, we mentioned hard skills, soft skills, and we can mention and throw these skills around. But when the financial empowerment of a woman, when we are saying built to last, does it matter? Or is it something that we can leave at the background and just continue as it is and empowering our families? We mentioned some things, families, jobs, people around us. Dr. Mrs. Pastor Siju, Dr. Prof, help me, and then I'll move.
When I talk, I just like to shoot straight. Money matters. You know why? I think usually there are different types of people. When you start a career and there's an hierarchy, obviously you can't go and steal the money of the MD. You earn the money for those in your position. If you want extra money, then you'll do extra business on the outside. Even though you are looking to become a palm sec or whatever. So that's for those who are building their legacy in the career field. Let me bring it back down home. I met a friend who, I don't know whether to say is a lawyer or was a lawyer. And then I said to her, what are you doing now? She said, she would like to go. I'm into construction. I said, as a lawyer, she said, I like money. So I need money to sustain what I'm building. So, and my Bible also says, money answereth all things. The Bible cannot make a mistake. So money answereth all things. Women must be wise in the world of wealth creation. We must have a sustainable legacy which also will be open to fluctuations of economic trends. So whatever was 10 naira today is 300 naira tomorrow. So how do you sustain your legacy? Well, be it a factory, be it even whatever it is. Pastor sorry, ma. Dr. Lokpade is looking for $10 million. But you know, instantly, I went into money mode. I didn't allow those first ladies to go. I said they do 3 million. Ogun, 3 million. Lagos, 3 million. I look for 1 million. Money matters. Whatever she does is going to be used to cure and to help many women. They will stop dying young. My doctor, we have found out that when I was growing up, men died earlier than women. Now the women are dying faster. And we don't want to die.
We don't want to die. Adeiswa, Mr. Yenekwe, I'm coming to you, and I'll go to Bonale after, because we don't want to die. Money comes in. We want to create and build a lasting legacy. But how is our voice going to be heard? Because a lot of times, we try and solve all these initial problems that we are facing. And we know that the problems, this is my sector. So a lot of times I sit in my office and I'm overwhelmed by the number of issues that we're dealing with. But one of the things we said earlier is that we must have a voice to speak out. How do we do that? In our little, there's someone at the back there on maybe the 35th row, and she's out at the corner. She came in with a friend. She has not had an opportunity to walk to the front. Let's be very real. She doesn't have the opportunity to pick up the microphone. She might not even have an opportunity to take a picture with Pastor Siju today. But we want to be able to tell her that she should go into her own community and do something so she can create a lasting legacy. How can our voices be heard? What can we do different, especially with media now and social media? What do we do? How do we use it?
Well, the truth is, we're lucky that the digital world exists now. We can take advantage of it. Even oldies like us are forced to go in there, you know. But what I would say is, oftentimes, impact comes from doing what you really love to do and what you're trained and skilled at doing. People think that you just want to make your voice heard just because you're doing something. Because if you're doing something that's great, no matter how far or how little it might seem to you, it's like, say, your reputation goes ahead of you. You can't expect to be doing something that's not impacting other people and expect to be spoken of. And for example, personally, I decided to give women a voice because you find that oftentimes the women who make the most noise may not be the ones who make the most impact. And women need to be able to be comfortable with whoever they are sharing their stories with, right? So it's important that they come up to tell their stories. You don't have to ask for it. Take your time, do what you're doing, and you will be recognized. But please, just in case I came up to you and said, listen, I want you to be part of something, I want to tell your story, don't go like, oh, I'm too shy. It doesn't happen anymore these days. When I started, that was a story. Women are so reluctant to toot their own horns. But I found that it's because they don't trust who's sharing their stories. So, but please, toot your horn, even if it's a small circle of just 5, say what you're doing, and they will spread the word. You know what a ripple can be. Don't wait until This Day Live or Nation newspaper or one television station or Today's Woman tells your story. Don't wait for them. Do it, tell it where it is, and if you're doing something that's great, trust me, it will reverberate. That's what a ripple is. Once you throw a stone in the water, it creates ripples. Be that stone that's casting a ripple, and don't be ashamed to share your story. Thank you.
Polale, what if we fail? Yeah.
How?
Pastor Siju, some people are sitting on their chair on that side there, and they are thinking to themselves that, what if I do this? You are telling me all these things, I have to do them. What if I face challenges? I know your answer, but let me allow somebody to say something. Let's just make them ready. We want to be able to come next year and have a lot of testimonies of changes people have made after just this 1 hour or 2. What if they fail, Bolali? Let me also ask you another question, because I thought about you when I said this. So, what do you fear? And I will ask from that point of view as well. You've created a fantastic stage thing this year. Do you have fear in your heart that sometimes next year, what am I going to do? Am I going to do it better? Even with Will, Pastor Siju, every year, are we afraid? Does that make us even bolder to do more? Do we sit back and say, let me just sit down where I am, I'm managing myself, I continue to manage myself? Or do we have to, so what if we're afraid, what do we do? How do we change it? We want to build to last, not a short-term thing. We're talking about sustainability in the long term. How do we overcome the fear that we have in our hearts today? To be able to walk from the 34th row and come to the front and say, I want to take a picture with you.
So, you asked me, what if we fail?
Yes.
The question I have for you is, what if I didn't start Terra Culture?
Yeah. Exactly.
And that is the way you should always look at life.
Yes.
If you don't, what is the reverse? The reverse is that there'll be a vacuum. And wherever there's a vacuum, something else will take that space. So in the journey of Terra Culture, we failed several times. This is 16 years into the business. But 16 years of doing this, we've employed thousands of people. Our legacy is in the fact that every day we see lives that we impact. So every year, At Christmas, last Christmas, I looked at our payroll. We had over 750 people that we were paying salaries to. Those 50 people would not be employed if we did not start Terra Culture. When I look at the actors that are coming into movies today, a lot of them came through our training at Terra Culture, from the very popular faces that you know today, and even singers. They all started their careers at Terra Culture. What if I had allowed fear to rule me? Would they be where they are today? Now, if I had allowed my fear, especially because I'm a lawyer, to rule me, I'll tell myself always, I don't have the ability or the capacity to do this. But every time I look at life, I ask myself, if I fall once, I'm allowed to rise. And it's in falling that you learn your strength. Whenever you do not fall, you will not go forward in life as a person. So for me, every disappointment has always been a blessing. So when we see our plays in South Africa, in London, in Egypt, what if I did not do what I did? So it is for you and I to look at ourselves and confront our fears. What is the fear of going into politics? What makes men better skilled than us to go into politics, for heaven's sakes? We're all here sitting here. They come and they rule our world, and a lot of us are dissatisfied at what we see in Nigeria, but we're not doing anything about it because we're afraid. We always let fear rule us. We have to confront fear and say to ourselves that these 4,000 women in this room today have the capacity to change Nigeria. And it's until when we confront that we realize that we all have the ability to make a change.
Thank you so much, Bolanle. I'll go to Professor Shade. I think for us, when we sit here, it's also about mentoring. It's about building legacies for the next generation. So is mentorship and development, is it a reason to build? Are we doing it because of the next generation? For you, I mean, I read your, gosh, overwhelming. What have you done different? And how have you done it in terms of mentoring the next generation?
Thank you. I think in terms of mentoring, it is an obligation to mentor the next generation. But I think it comes from my background. I grew up a very shy child, very self-conscious, and I know as I grew up, I gave up opportunities because I was afraid to step out of my comfort zone. And so it was very easy to connect with young people. I'm in the knowledge business, but I think what I have done mostly and what attracts me to young people is that I see myself in many of them. They have talents to offer, but they're afraid to pursue it. So it's very easy to mentor because I can understand where they're standing, because it is a journey. And so mentoring is an obligation. Initially, I started out mentoring without actually realizing I was building a legacy. But after a while, someone mentioned, I love talking to you because you make me feel I can do anything. And I gradually realized that I do seem to be able to connect with people, and young people in particular, and I talk easily with them. So mentoring, yes, there's no way that it's just about the classroom. If you do not get them to be more than they are and more than you, then we really have not done anything. And the next generation, they have different things that they're coping with. But what I believe is that when you mentor, what you ask is push your boundaries, have the courage to step out. Failure is fine. The only people who fail are those who do. So you must fail, and then you rise and you keep moving. The only tragedy is if you fail and don't get up. Just get up and keep doing it. But it is a journey.
Get up and keep doing. Bucky, you know that you're following. I mean, you post one video, dancing.
Dancing.
I'm even overwhelmed. I'm even wondering, the dancing itself, I don't even understand it. Sometimes I don't even know if the dancing is going with the music, if it's not going. But you have so many people following you, wanting to know what you are doing daily, your lifestyle. How do you balance that in terms of having your own sanity, but being Moki's face. And being a role model in terms of making people see that the journey ahead is still a long journey, but you're working through the process. And don't you have any fear? Someone talked about social media this morning. I mean, we know what happened yesterday. For those that follow social media, you know, are you afraid?
Many things happen.
Yeah, so many things. She knows the one I'm talking about. Are we worried sometimes that when you put yourself out there, when you give of your time, of your, of yourself, that it backfires and then you get to worry and then you know what I'm talking about?
Okay, thank you very much.
Hold on, I did. No, we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it's such an honor to be here. So, but what I would say is that I think that I've come to realize that the first thing I can do for myself is to be me. For a long time, ever since I was young, or even ever since, I'd always thought that I needed to be different because I'm very hyper and energetic. And a lot of people tell me, Funke, you need to stay in one place, you're too hyper. So I had to learn early on, when I was maybe in university or even just after university, to realize that I needed to be who I was. And being who I was just meant I was very bubbly, lovely, smiling, ever energetic. And I think that also translated to also my social media, people that follow, people that see what I say. And I'm very particular because in my business, I deal with a lot of either clients, vendors, my team members. And what I always think about is how am I making a difference in their lives? What am I doing that is making a difference in someone's life? And for me, that also translates to my videos. So sometimes I tell myself, even when I'm dancing, I've always danced, by the way, but social media just amplified my dancing. And I realize that when I dance, sometimes it just brings joy to me and even to the people around me. It's not every time I dance. Please, at corporate events, I don't dance. I don't dance. But of course, sometimes even the clients tell me, we've not seen your dance, can you dance? But I'm very particular about the work we do and the product we put out. But when Osai also asked me, when you put yourself out there and you are someone that people follow and things like that, do you have to have a voice? Do you have this voice that sometimes you feel like maybe I shouldn't have said something? So what she said, something happened yesterday, and I commented on a post, and people came for me. People came for me. And honestly, I wanted to back down because I thought, oh my goodness, what is going on here? But I was clear about what I meant in my post. And I stood by it and I said, you know what, this is what I meant. And I am just going to stand by it. And I was ready. They will come, I was coming. They were coming, I was coming. But guess what? Because I realized that the internet never forgets, I was very deliberate in the way I responded. So I wasn't rude, I wasn't abusive, and I just made you see my point. At the end of the day, some of them have come into my DMs to even ask me for work from the way they were vilifying me. But so I'm just saying that the key thing is to always have your voice, be yourself, be real, but at the same time, just ensure that whatever you're doing, you are, all that we've been talking about is building a legacy, building something that will last. Make sure that whatever you put out there is something that at the end of the day, it will last and you can sustain it in every single area. My family, with my children, my husband, business, my friends, and my personal life. So it's actually very tough, but balancing it. Okay, so, sorry. One way that also helped me as well is when I lost my sister, the social media impact, the people that were there for me, honestly, even till now, it's one of the things that has sustained me till now. So honestly, I'm very particular about the community we build, the community we've built. And even with that, Osai, what it has also done is that for a business that has been in existence for 15 years and was at a time when the generation was very young, and now I'm dealing with a generation that is even way younger. The social media has helped too. It has reinvented the brand. It has helped us. Now, every young person thinks that, oh, I think I can relate to that person. So that's actually what social media and all that has done.
Thank you so much, Bucky. TY, I'll go to you if I go. As she was talking, I was smiling because you are kind of the opposite of Funke. I mean, you have your space on social, and I'm also talking about the new social media, even if a lot of us are not on it. How many of us here, not on Facebook, social media, Instagram and Twitter, LinkedIn, just put up your hand and just wave. Okay. Don't say everybody. Okay. Pastor Siju just asked, why are women not using it? TY, it has helped. It has. You are different from Bucky. You are more introverted, even if everybody thinks you're an extrovert. But you are also using it to change the way people see music and gospel music in the last. So, how do we, when we talk about businesses and we're talking about sustainability, a lot of times people are thinking to themselves, sustainability, but in short terms. You are also trying to build an infrastructure that enables you to push yourself even out there more. And I know Mrs. Akinkube can even speak about this because I spoke to her about business. So we're looking at it from also a career point of view and also for us that are entrepreneurs sitting in the room. How do we manage it and build the structure, but also help enable us as individuals, even if we feel that we're introverted? And I'm also talking to Mrs. Akinkube. How do we manage it? Because the world is changed significantly. We can all sit here and think that it's the same way it was. The world is changing and it's changing fast. What do we do different and how do we manage it so that we can continuously move? And the journey that Bolanle spoke about is a journey that we will continue to work on. Even if we fall, as I think it was Dr. Prof that said it, that you will fall, what it means that you have to get up fast.
Thank you so much for that, Osai. I'm so glad this is what I'm talking about. Can you hear me? Okay. So here's the deal. This legacy that we're trying to build is not something you're building for when you're gone. You have to admit it. You are already building your legacy here and now. So, what has God called you? You are salt and you are light. That is exactly who you are. Whether you're running a business or running a home or building a multinational, you are salt and you are light. So what do? We shine. We let everything that God has placed on the inside of us shine through what we do. Social media today, it's not going to be the same thing 5 years from now. And how we communicated 5 years ago was very different. But certain things stay the same. Our principles and who we are. We are salt and we are light. We are salt in the term when we think of the fact that we are here to keep things going and keep things in order and stop things from decaying. We are light because we're here to show forth the colors and the beauty of God. So whatever you have on the inside of you is just knowing that you must have the courage. That's the word I've been looking for. The courage to shine now. Even though you don't have it together, even though you're not perfectly structured, even though you don't see yourself as perfectly successful, you can have the courage to shine now. I think that's what it's about.
To shine. Someone said be intentional. Pastor CJ has told us that we also need to be able to stop being an appendage. I'm just looking for words. Stop being an invisible person. we have to have a voice. And I'll go to Achenio. Voice. You've won many awards, local, international. Sometimes people are even wondering. I sat at the panel where you were once. I sat in the audience, and someone asked her that, why are you going into the sea and trying to, environment, what's that? What's it about? What's our business with the environment? Why should we make it better? All those things, they matter. We have too many problems in Nigeria. They are not telling us about seaweed and trying to make it look pretty. Do you have any seaweed? Do you have anything there? Is your bag?
Yes.
Okay. She made that from the weed. Those weeds that we see in the sea. What's it called? Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Asai. It's a delight to be here. It's interesting the way you put it, as in, we already have enough problems in our environment. So, why are you going out into the waterways? And that's exactly it. We have a problem in our waterways, and it was a matter of seeing how one could address that problem and create a relevant solution that's actually homegrown and would impact the lives of many. So if you talk about, building a legacy, your legacy has to be, or whatever you're building has to be relevant, and it has to be addressing needs. So we have water hyacinth on our waterways in several parts of Nigeria, and actually beyond Nigeria. It's actually a global problem. And for me, it was to see how we could deploy a solution that would actually engage the people that were affected the most by it. So if you happen to drive over the Third Mainland Bridge today, you would see that the water hyacinth has started coming in. And it's a menace. It's a problem to several fishermen, to the riverine communities. How could we go about creating a beneficial solution that would actually economically empower the people affected by it? And that involves knowledge. We've talked about knowledge today, knowledge transfer, equipping people in the communities with the skills required to actually transform this invasive plant into accessories such as the ones that I showed here that can actually give them an income. And the interesting thing is that most of these communities that are affected by the invasion of this weed are communities that are on the fringes. You have a huge population of people that are in dire poverty, but don't necessarily have the literacy levels required or technical know-how. But here you have a skill that can actually help them to derive, some form of economic livelihood from a resource that is prevalent within their midst. So it's addressing a need of which we have seen, and actually giving people the tools required to help them earn livelihoods from the transformation of this problem.
Thank you very much. You should clap for her. Please, can you show them the bag again? Thank you.
Has them. Actually, Ekele has a few, so she can actually show them, because it's always good to see a visual and the colors. But it's actually a green plant that floats on the waterways.
Actually, can you just stand up and just show? Because sometimes we just talk and nobody knows what we are doing. Okay. Yes. This is from the waterways. From the seaweeds. Yes. Okay.
Okay, see one.
All right. Thank you so much. This is a vase made from seaweed. Can we see on the other side?
Maybe you should let them touch it.
Thank you.
Shola, your sister. Let them see what it is. Shola.
Yes.
Please bring the vase. Down. Show the women down.
Bolale, are you collecting the verse? No, it's me. Okay, and this one. Built to last.
Oh, key rings. Okay.
Yes. We can't be having our own meeting here. I'll go to Mrs. Akin Tomide. Akin Tomide. Tomide. Ah. I'm by mistake Yoruba. I'm an Edo girl. My governor's wife is here, so we're from Benin. We're always in a hurry. Now, I looked 20 years. African Development Bank, 20 years. Nobody has that kind of time anymore. Just be one place for 20 years. And the generation that is coming now, we're very microwaved. We want things to be fast, want things to be quick. We don't even care if it's half-baked. So that's why even the fear of talking about building a legacy, Pastor Siju, is a bit of a difficulty sometimes. When you're talking to another generation, people are a bit like, okay, yes, we are building something, but we're doing it for this time. What can you help? What can you say to us? How has it benefited you in terms of your thinking, your processes to get there, the journey that you have? And I know everybody's journey is very different. Even as you've listened to all the women here, we're all speaking in different terms. We're all in different sectors. But what has it helped you? And what can we do different that helps us to get to where you've been?
Thank you very much. You know, even though a journey could be 20 years, 30, 40, but you have milestones that would actually encourage you. It's like erecting pillars as you continue with that journey. So I think thinking the long term, so you have a long-term vision of where you're going, but recognizing the achievements every step of the way. That is what will encourage you as you go forward. So in my career, when I got to the African Development Bank, it was right after there had been a mass voluntary and involuntary separation of staff. So when I came in, even being able to do something as simple as new templates for agreements, when those agreements started being used, I celebrated it with the team. That was a critical milestone. So I would just say recognizing the milestones during the journey, that is what will encourage you, and that's what keeps you there. You must learn not to despise the small beginnings and the small happenings, because at the end of the day, it's a block after a block or a slab after a slab that gets you to that massive building.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Pastor Siju, before they bring, I know we have a lot of questions and they're coming, but I want to ask you something. She said slab by slab. We're building it, slowly but surely. But you heard my question, man, when I asked that question. I said, a lot of times now, nobody has that patience anymore. And I know that one of the things you say, but we have to be patient now. I know you're a pastor, that you give us scriptures that will help us. But what can we do, or what else can you tell us that enables us to be able to see the longer term? And then for us to also realize, I know you mentioned something about being economically strong, that the way it was done before, depending on one's children, that time has passed. They are not our inheritance. And my mother used to tell us that all of you are my houses, you are your hotel, you 12, your child is not your retirement plan anymore. It has passed. So help me, Pastor Siju, so that they can also realize that it's a journey. To build takes time. No building comes up in 24 hours. And that's what you were trying to tell us. So can you just help me?
Okay. I'll look at it this way. I'll look at the life of my dear friend, Dorothy, as I'll call her my best too. I met her at that age, I think 20 or 21, when she worked in Ashland Oil. Our life will remind me of slab by slab, because she stayed in that company. And it was instructive to me that why would a young girl work in the same place until she retired? When I used to go into Ashland Oil, I was in a hurry. So by the nature of my job, I'm a lawyer, she's a lawyer. But I'm more of the lawyer who wants to be really out there. I want to get the thing done now, quickly. Let the money come with the job fast. I couldn't wait to be earning salary. So I even started the law practice so quickly. It's funny. While she was working and getting her salary, although you could get the same successes at the end of the day, a friend of mine was also working in that company, Femi Ariola, and she brought a plan to me and said, let's sell land. I said, I've just graduated. What land are we selling? She said, let's sell this land. We would have land when we sell it. That whatever profits we make will be paid to us in our land, in landed property. I was just 21. So I just thought, okay, it does no harm anyway. So we took the plan and we sold the land. And I got my first property, landed property, at 21. From the same office you were in. So, I think sometimes personalities come to play. Personalities are different. There's an industry which I applaud and really fascinates me, and that is why I would look at like Bolanle, Austin Peters. That creative art. Nobody helped them, and they have become a force to be reckoned with. You are one of the best. I know you said the religion is one of the greatest exports, but truly the creative arts has become Nigeria's greatest export. They built an industry from nothing, and the legacy is there. The legacy is building. Their songs will be played in all the shops, in all the countries around the world. So yes, Buki, my dear cousin, as we call ourselves, slab by slab. But then personalities, I would say, will come to play in our life's journey. And when you are actually building a legacy, which I find in the Nigerian context, is that you are building a legacy hoping or forcing your children to take over the legacy. No, that's not how it works. You are building a company which is a viable entity on its own, and in law we call that company a legal person. So that entity can be sold or shares bought to those who invariably will be interested. And I can keep my name, or I can call it Shijuri Omade forever, on the company. So in even 100 years, it will retain that name. So you would have Vanderbilt, you would have Rockefeller, you would have so many names that are still existing even when those who started it have gone. So slab by slab, as long as you know yourself, is good for you. For some, it's not. But the ultimate thing is that we are building and we reach and we push and keep pushing until we really get what we want. So there's nobody in my mind who cannot build a legacy or who is a failure. You don't need to look, it's even a part of the things I wanted to say. Don't focus on any other person. Be you. Be you. Build your own, build that legacy for you, and continue to nurture and push it until you get to the place where you know, I have hit it. This is me. This is what I want for me. Arise. The dreams were big. They are there. I will sit there. We had only 200 people at the first Arise conference. And I will giggle and I will say, can we push the boundary more? And they'll look at me and say, well, how? And let's push it now. That there's no harm in pushing, push. And we keep pushing. Now we go to the most remote of villages. We've built hospitals. We built hospitals. We build boreholes with little funding. We do all of these things because we are pushing. We are going out there. And I tell people my joy. Let me tell you my joy. Is really to see the underprivileged women come here and they go back and educate their children and turn them into great legacy. That means they become lawyers, engineers, or whatever. So it's not even about what we are doing here is for its future generation. I'm passionate about women.
Thank you, Pastor Siju. I have a lot of questions here. But I tell you that 80% of them are the same thing. So I'll just read one particular one, and that one will cover quite a few of the questions. Pastor Siju, you said money is important. In fact, you say money is very current. My question is, why is it that all the panelists here are people with rich financial backgrounds and rich families? And I want to ask, no, let me read it. So, sometimes it's good for you to read this, say it out.
Yes.
So this is like 80% of the questions here.
Yes.
So you can imagine what they're thinking. Please, can you tell me a step-to-step approach, like the moderator is saying, to deal with money issues? Money. No. And when she meant money issues, in terms of being an entrepreneur, can we really start from scratch? Like most of you are saying, and she's almost saying like most of you have not done.
So, excuse me, I'll have to butt in here. I don't even want Pastor Shidi to answer that. First of all, how did that person come to the conclusion that everybody here? Exactly. Because you might see my shoes shining, it might be from Yabao. For all you know, you don't know. It's how you carry it. And that's a mistake a lot of young people make.
Who wrote that question?
How do you know they didn't start from scratch?
Like, you know one thing about women?
Bling Lagosians.
One thing I've noticed, that question means that you are not listening. You are more concerned. I'm sorry, let me answer here. You are not listening. You didn't listen. When Dr. Olufumilayo Olopade spoke, she said something. She is the fifth of 6 children. And her mother will say, come and go and buy things in Sangros. And she said, no, homie, I want to be going to supermarkets. Who remembers that? Does that tell you that there was money? Did she not tell us in her speech that she was funded because of her academic acumen to go to the United States to study because she was industrious and brilliant? And what she had, she used. So whatever you have, please, women, it's time we stop being silly. It's just time. Let us push. Look at what is in your hand and use it for the good. People in the villages are sending their children to school. They don't have anything. In the handmaidens, which I've run for 24 years, when they will come and join us as handmaidens, like the Babich women, they used to drive them away. Suddenly, they now appear in skirt suits, their children in school uniform, and they always say, Mommy, thank you. Our life has changed. I didn't give them money. What I gave to them was just the word. And the word changed their lives. Those children are now going to school. They may still live in Babich, but their life is a lot better. So don't let us be silly. Let us do what we need to do to get economic power.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to speak to that. And it's a journey. I am in the public sector. And one thing you do know is that that's not great pay. However, you can have great pay.
in the academic world, your salary really is not a lot to talk about. But the first thing is this: you've got to know where you're going. And sometimes you don't start off knowing where you're going. So I want everybody to know that. People don't just wake up and we're all very confident this is the direction. But what you find is that your passion tends to direct you. You keep making the choices along the way of the things you like to do. From where I sat, what I wanted to do, I found I wanted people to be better than they were. And so we started, and this is just a little story of how I realized that economic empowerment came from service. I was a young lecturer, and I had come to the conclusion, and many of my friends told me, what are you looking for there? How much can you be making? And it's true. I would go out with my friends. They would have nice clothes, I'm managing, and so on. But I decided that, I'm here. And what I want is to be the best at what I do. And what I also wanted to do was to share. So I started a seminar group. I didn't know everything, but I would buy these. I had these books, and I invited people to come for the seminar. I got my teacups from home. I would bring tea because I believed you have to take pride in who you are, and you have to take care of people around you.
Yeah.
So we started the seminar, and after that we'd have tea and we'd have biscuits. And anybody was welcome. We started with about 5 of us doing seminars. I would sit there, I would read the subject matter before, and then I would have asked somebody to go and prepare. It wasn't as if I knew everything that I was asking them to do. And then we'd have the question and answer session. And gradually it became a group of about 20. One day, I got a call. At this time, this was during the Abacha era. And I had just about decided that, working in the university is tough.
Yeah.
No funding for this, no funding for that. I had asked my professor, I said, just give me broken down equipment. I'll go and find a way to repair them, which I did. But I got a call that changed my life. And it was a call from someone whose life apparently I had impacted. He called me and said, Dr. Ogushola, I hope you don't mind. Someone asked for a clinical microbiologist, somebody from Harvard University, and I gave you a name. I said, Mindke, thank you, you can share my name. And then they called me and said, they were doing some project somewhere, and they wanted to invite me for a seminar in Senegal.
Yeah.
And I went. But the long story was that changed my trajectory.
Yeah.
Because they said, we will come to University of Lagos if you can write up a research project. Now, where I'm coming from is, when I brought the cups from my home, I'm not sure what my salary was, but I just decided, you've got to invest.
Yes.
There's always a seed time and a harvest.
Yes.
If you're not ready to invest in your own life, in your profession, in what you're doing, why should anybody invest in you?
Yes.
So you've got to take the chance
on
yourself.
Definitely.
And when you're doing it, care about the next person.
Yes.
If you invest in people, it comes back. Not in the way you think,
Yes.
but sometimes that's what saves your life. And I haven't looked back.
Yeah.
So it has gone from one research project, because I learned, I grew, and you continue to grow even within a relatively hostile environment. So the point is, I don't know what you're doing, but it's up to you. What are you interested in? How much sacrifice are you ready to make?
Yes.
And as you go along, please pay yourself some money. In other words, even if it is 10 naira, put it in a savings account.
Thank you so much.
It grows.
Thank you so much. Dr. Olakbade wanted to say something.
Thank you. May I comment? Was I?
Yeah. So
okay.
One of the things that. So one of the, I think that was a really, really important question. There's a question about nature and nurture. Okay? Is it possible that if you're born into poverty, that you can actually take yourself by the bootstrap and become rich and famous? it is a lot harder. Okay? And when you see successful people and you are sitting out there, you are saying, well, they were born. That's why we say they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, right? And this is why I challenge Pastor Shiju to actually let us begin a movement where we're asking to raise all boats, okay? That not everybody has an equal chance to become a professor, to become great, to even be in a place where something good will happen to them. So I went to primary school in Ijebu-Igbo, and I was saying this to my Awujale's daughter. I said, in Ijebu-Igbo, I was the only one to pass common entrance when I did my exam there, because my parents taught me at home. And Awujale said, who is this stranger coming to pass in Ijebu land? Let us all work hard. And all the primary schools, everybody started getting their kids to actually, you remember that book, Way to Success? So you go to lessons, you go and do all of that. My father saw somebody having television in their home in Lagos, and he brought television to Ijebu-Igbo. And that nurturing at home was what got me from Ijebu-Igbo to St. Anne's to Queen's College to be head girl. Okay? So there's a lot you can do. Yeah. But my father was privileged because he was a pastor and he could see other role models. This is why I think what Pastor Shiju is doing is so amazing. Yes. When I go around the US, when I see my children, I tell them, you may be privileged now, but you know what? Those people that you think are your drivers, are your housemates, they also have God-given talents.
Yes.
Help them grow.
Yeah.
Help them, nurture them, okay? And so all of us can become better than our lot, but we all need help to raise each other up. So I think that the church can do a lot to help everybody. So if you don't have money, you actually have wealth that is come from being a child of God, okay? And that nurturing that we can all share within the church can lift many, many, many of us up. So don't feel that because you're not born to privilege, you will not become privileged. You will, because work hard, be in the right place at the right time, and then those of us who have been fortunate, never forget those who are less fortunate.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Sorry, thank you so much, Dr. Olokwade. I need to add something to this, which I forgot while I was talking. We have the Arise Empowerment Program going on right now, and we're empowering 1,000 women. Yeah. And we find out that we have those who don't have much, taking advantage of it. But then we have some really sensible women who are working somewhere, taking advantage of it. Do you know what they take advantage of the most? Soap making.
Yeah.
Do you know why they take advantage of it? They now put vanilla essence, they put cinnamon, they put all kinds of things and become mega industries. So what we find is that we are always complaining. We have a 1,000 empowerment program going on right now. And you should please go to and take advantage of it. Dr. Olokwade, Handmadiens is not born out of church. Handmadiens is born out of a passion by we women. So it is just a movement of women that we want to do this. And that is why we've been doing it. As you see me, all nicely dressed, even my dear sister sitting right in front of me, will testify. I've been making boo-boo adire for the past 30-something years. And I've not stopped. I was making boo-boo to augment my income. You know, that's why I said personalities differ.
Yep.
So for me, if I, as a lawyer, I will do the law, I will go to, and I will sell land, I will get the land, I will make boo-boo. If I have to sell clothes, I will sell. All for us to get to where we are today.
Yep.
So please, don't even disdain. I think that was what Cecilia said.
Yes.
Don't disdain the days of little beginnings. Start small. But I wanted to use the word aggressive. And I think I would like to tell you, be aggressive about what you do. Don't stop. Don't tell yourself stop. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Go to the skills acquisition. A young girl won the 100,000 prize on Instagram. The first Instagram thing we did as a rise. She got the prize and spent all the money. You know what she spent the money on? She didn't empower herself. Do you know what she spent money on? She spent it on her school fees. I was angry, but then I knew that, what would she have done? Would she stop going to school? So when she came, she was so truthful. I thought maybe she was lying, and she kept saying, no, I spent it on my school fees. Now we spoke to her mom on the phone. That, did she give you part of the money? The mother said, no, she didn't give me part of the money. The woman was speaking perfect English. Perfect. So I now said, come and see me. When she came to see me, I didn't know that the girl giving that girl that prize was only leading me to her mother. Since the day I met her mother, we have empowered her. She's able to feed her family. And she says to me, she didn't go to school. I said, with this amount of English you are speaking, she speaks very well comported and everything. But do you know, she took the opportunity. Yes. All I said to her, I said, what do you do? She says she sells food somewhere near Badagry or after the riverine area in Badagry. I said, and is your food sweet? She said, yes. I said, how much do you sell a plate? Maybe she said 50 naira or something like that. I said, me, that if I reach Victoria Island, I will not go back home. I'll be cooking that food and selling it in Victoria Island for 2,000. You just have to know your capabilities. And when I told her, I think she went back to think about it. I said, now that you have stepped your feet in Victoria Island, don't even go back. She's part and parcel of us today.
Yeah. Thank you so much, SSCG. Bolale.
You know, the person that asked the question is a very pertinent question, and I think it's important that we let people realize that the fact that you're born into a wealthy family does not mean that you will be wealthy. And the fact that your parents have spent a lot of money does not mean that you'll build a legacy for yourself. A lot of parents actually don't leave a legacy. So the fact that I am who I am by the grace of God is something that I'm not going to be apologetic about. But the reality is that life is not equal. But you have the opportunity to make a change in your own life. With the talent, we all have talent. Every single person in this room has talent. Now, in doing TerraCulture, it's important I pointed out that I was working with the United Nations and I had a choice. I came back home and I decided to start Terra. And because of a day like this, I chose not to involve my father. I went around, wrote my own business plan, and took it around, shopped for funding. And the late Tayo Aderioku and myself, later on with GT Bank, partnered to start TerraCulture. That wasn't my father. And I made sure that nobody introduced me to him. I kept calling his secretary, and after a while, a couple of weeks later, he called and said, Madam, who are you? Why are you calling me? And that's how I got access. But moving from that, I could very easily have also sat down and not moved this company to where it is today. It's a function of hard work and passion, and we all can do that. Nobody pushed me to become a director. Nobody pushed me to become a producer. Nobody pushed me to employ labor. I chose to do these things because I have a passion and I have a vision and I know where I'm going in life, and I want to build a legacy by the lives that I affect. It's got nothing to do with your pedigree.
Thank you so much.
Asai,
yes?
Asai, I'm here.
Yes.
I just wanted quickly.
Just give me a second. I have two people that have asked before you, and I want to do things properly. Thank you so much. I'll go to Prof. And I wanted to say something, and then I'll go to Mr.
A lot has been said, but I think it's a vital question that the person asked. But I
Prof,
just
can you just also, someone asked another question, if you can add it.
Please.
Yes. It said, how can a poor and uneducated person build a legacy? Not about money now. What can they do so it's not build a legacy so you can
Great. So I want to link both together because I think that sometimes we get caught up in the pursuit of wealth and the material things, and we forget that even if we acquire that today, what we will leave is not a legacy. At best, it will be a memory. Yes. Somebody may remember us for something, but it's not a legacy. It's not something that's lasting and that we leave on there. And I just wanted to make the point to say, rather than focus on the pursuit of wealth, we should focus on what we're going to do that will make a difference. Yes. So you can choose affluence or you can choose impact. And I think that for us, when we talk about legacy builders, we need to focus on impact. And it starts little by little. So for this lady in the community who is uneducated and wants to do something, they've just gotten an example from Pastor Shiju of this person who she told, how to do it, and then she went there. But I always say we should look at how we impact our immediate community. All of us are not going to do great things. Yes. All of us will not have the platform to do great things. But when we talk about building legacy, it starts from the things that we do within our immediate community and how we influence those that live there within the immediate community and within our families there. So for that uneducated lady, she can start by living true to her values. Yes. And these values are very important that we hold through to, and let's mirror the change that we want to see in society. And little by little, we can start to make an impact and leave a lasting legacy.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Mrs. Akikube, can you also add, another question I have here is about, and I have a few, a woman who is married, and you have a man restricting you from building her career. A husband is restricting from building her career. How can she come out of such limitation, especially when she's been asked to pick between her marriage and her career? I'm throwing you into the deep end, Dr. Mrs. Akikube.
I'll take the, can you hear me? Okay. So I'll first take the, the lady that asked, or whoever asked about saying that 80% of the people on the panel here must be well off. The thing is that we probably didn't have the chance to tell us.
Sorry, can we hear her? No, they can't.
We probably didn't have the chance. Can you hear me?
Can you use the other mic on TY's end? Can you use the mic on TY's end, please? Thank you so much.
Yeah. We probably didn't have the chance to tell our stories as to how did we start. Okay. A lot of the panelists have said quite a lot. It's not about money. If I take myself, for example, I was in banking, and then I left banking because I wanted to spend more time with my family. And whilst I was home, I wasn't getting any salary. But what I had in me was a dream. But a dream is only a dream if it's not executed. And so I had this big dream, and I had, by the grace of God, a lot of faith that this can be done. And because I always say to entrepreneurs that when you have a vision, the vision then leads to strategy. From strategy, you build alignment with the people that you want to carry on with you. And then from there, you go on to execution. Execution is where things start to fall apart, because there will be failures. You will fall, but it's the persistence, the perseverance that will keep you going. So, I mean, it's not, if you listen to stories of all the great women here, you'll be shocked as to how they started. I mean, what I was all about was that I wanted to do something that had never been done in the continent. I wanted to do something. I wanted a legacy of success to show that in a male-dominated industry, as a woman, I can still succeed. That in this industry, as a wife and as a mother, I can be a good wife, I can be a good mother, and I can still run this company properly. And that as a Christian, I can run a business that is based on certain values. I can run a business that doesn't chase after bribery and corruption or the negative way of doing business. So that was what was driving me. Okay? So when I started from a guest room in my home. I didn't even have money to travel abroad because I wasn't getting a salary. And my family members are here. Somebody just believed in me. And that's why we always say, whatever you do, do it well. Because you never know who is watching you.
Yes.
And someone was ready to believe in me and give me, maybe in those days, this was 21 years ago, maybe 200,000. Start. Okay, go abroad. So I knew that I wanted to do this. So I went and got some skills for myself. And then came back and started to build the blocks, bit by bit, bit by bit. And as I saw success, I was encouraged. As I saw success, I was encouraged. So no matter where you are, you can be that person that you want to be. And the other question about marriage, it is very important, yes, to have a supportive family behind you is extremely important because you really don't need that distraction, And I always say to single ladies that when you're considering getting married, also think of destiny. Can this man help me to fulfill my destiny? And of course, can I also help him to fulfill his destiny? And these are the things that you have to consider. But if you have to choose, because to me, success is no success without the family. It's everything together. Okay, you cannot, the person in the business, the kofo in the business must not be different from the kofo in the family, must not be different from the kofo in the society or the kofo in the church. It must be consistent.
So Mrs. Akikugbe, she asked the last question.
If you have to make a choice, your family is important, quite frankly. So I would probably focus on getting my husband to understand the benefits of what I'm about to do. And this is not just for me, but it's for us. That's what I would say to him. It's for the family. It's for the legacy that the family is going to build. But family, because if you go ahead and do it without that support, you'll be distracted along the way. That's my take.
Okay, Ms. Satake, there's a statement you gave me earlier. I'm going to be using it, so I'm telling you now. So just help us here.
Life is about choices. And when you are married, of course, it's very important to keep your marriage. In the corporate world, a lot of us women were...
Can we hear her?
We are disadvantaged. Yes. During my work life, I noticed that when it was time to travel, the men will be happy. Oh, we are going abroad, we are going to Geneva for a meeting, we are going somewhere. But all the women, most of us, our faces will fall. Because we are thinking, oh God, how do I tell him we are traveling again? We just came back last week. Exactly. We'll be strategizing. So what will I say? I will have to say that this meeting is so important. It's related to that one of last week and I have to go. I think a lot of women have that challenge. Yes. And it's not only in my company. I speak to women in finance and all that. Generally, men don't like a job that takes their wife away from them. And, that involves traveling. I know that in the oil industry, you can't really advance. And I guess in the bank as well. If you are not mobile, there's even a form that they get you to fill that are you free to travel at any time. Of course, if you want to build your career, you say yes. But you know there's restriction at home. It's not all men that like it. So how I managed my own was that I knew my husband didn't like me traveling all the time. I tried to make sure that if, like for example, if I have something in Abuja, I'll 2 or 3 things before I go. And whenever I travel, I keep him updated. Oh, I've landed. I'm now going into the meeting. This meeting will last about 6 hours.
Hey.
And during the meeting, I'll be saying, oh, we are still here. You know, that's, you know, I keep on telling him every step of the way. Oh, I'm back in the hotel now. You know, you just, you know, you keep them informed. But I know some men are so difficult, and I used to be the GMHR, and I saw so many people go away, and I asked them, why are you leaving? Why are you resigning?
So many people or so many women?
So many women, you know, leaving their job. They say, oh, my husband doesn't like me to travel.
Yes.
My husband doesn't support me, and he says, we'll manage whatever we have. And, you know, it's such a pity. But at the end of the day, it's your decision. Life is about choices.
Choices.
You have to look for a strategy to work around it. And sometimes when you do those travels, it brings promotion. So I think what women should try to do is to show their husband, look at, this thing is bringing something back. Look at the result. I'm already a manager now. You have to strategize. You know, and say, you know, I'll tell my husband, I mean, I cannot do, there's no armchair manager anymore. You have to move and all that. So you have to strategize and show your husband the results, you know, that this is what is coming in, the advantages of that travel, not just travel and come back. And you can tell him, oh, that traveling was what brought this success.
Okay.
So I think it's all about management and strategy.
Pastor Siju. Pastor Siju, it's as if we have this question every single year, Abi. This particular, yes, it comes. So that means there must be a fundamental problem now. I don't want to say it out like that, but how do we
think so.
help us now?
I wish, you know, sometimes I honestly wish I had the answer and I had maybe we just say a prayer and the men would just agree to everything that we do. But I don't know why. I think because Nigeria, by its very nature, is a male society. And until we, as women, rise up with a voice, the society will not change. For example, I don't know if you know, but as a lawyer I know, as we sit here, women, we are classified as chattels. So if a man goes to the Code of Conduct Bureau, he can declare you as part of his property.
Can declare you as what?
These are facts. So there are issues. And that is why when there's unity and there's a quiet but strong movement of women, America and Europe did not evolve just like that. The women rose up to challenge the status quo. Most of these women, let it be known to you, were Christian women. I say to people, those who abolished slave trade were slave owners. But they knew the injustice in the trade. The UK came up with something when the men would just take a woman and abhor her, sleep with her. She gets pregnant, she has children, 4 or 5 children. You never married her, you never took her to court, registry, nothing. And then she goes away. And you now say you don't have any responsibility towards her. But because there was a strong voice of women and good men, they said, no, the law must begin to recognize this as common law marriages. That you are married to her. That this is unfair. If she has children for you, you need to sustain those children even if she has to leave you. So women, we are on the threshold of breaking these boundaries. We must push for us to have a right and a voice. We are not just going to say, oh, my husband said, my husband didn't say, my husband didn't say. If the time will come when your husband will say to you, do you want to work? Are you enjoying your job? And you'll say, I think that maybe I will change the job. It becomes your choice and your decision in conjunction with him. What we have now is that the men make the choice for their wives, and that can't really be right. It is time for us to change this. The marriages in Nigeria, at best, are competitive in nature. They are not polygamous so much anymore. They are monogamous but competitive instead of being complementary. So we have issues. And please, let's join hands as a force to push and even legislate on some things. That we have a right, we have a voice. Don't declare me as part of your goods. Don't take a cane and flog me because the penal code allows you to do so. I can get a passport without you. Allow it to be so. Women, we have issues, and we are the only ones who can bring salvation unto ourselves.
Hey. Oh, wow. That's what CJ. That's a whole new topic on its own. We have to go. We have to go soon. Gosh. All right. I just want our keynote to say a few things. Then I ask everyone, I know that we all have a lot to say, but we need to shut down. To just, in 1 minute, say something that you want, even if that's the only thing someone takes home with. They just 1 minute, but I want the keynote to say something. But I also want to ask a specific question. A lot of people have asked questions about health and fulfillment, and they've asked you a lot of specific questions which I cannot, these are things that have to do with themselves, and I'm also very careful. I don't want to talk about that. So how do we talk about health and fulfillment? And I know you wanted to mention a few other things, and I'll let you do that. Thank you.
So the saying goes, health is wealth. And I know that we all feel that, the topic I addressed is actually really a very challenging topic for an audience like this. So I just want to end by saying that one of the things that Pastor Shiju said about gender and gender equity is one last thing that I really must leave this audience with. How many of you, when you are praying to have a child, actually pray to have a girl child first? Raise your hand. Okay. So as women in leadership, I hope that all of us will leave this place valuing the girl child and the boy child equally. And if you value them equally, you will raise them to be self-sufficient. You will not say to your girl, you need to learn how to cook, you belong in the kitchen, and then tell your boy, you are the oga pata pata. Because that is what is really leading to gender violence, and the gender violence against women is actually perpetrated by the way we organize our homes. Okay? So I'm a professor in the university, and I have young women who come to talk to me. The biggest challenge they have is gender roles. When they're getting married, when they're having children, how they are going to balance work life and family life. And the most important thing that was a game changer for me was not that I got married and I have 3 children. It was that my work actually made it easier for me to be a doctor and to have my children go to school 10 minutes from where I work. So I want to talk to all the MDs here, all the people who actually have a chance to make a difference, is you need to help women stay at work. Okay? You need to help them stay at work. Because it was so hard to become a doctor, every time I had to make a chance, should I stay at home? Should I do this? I would like, no, I've earned this certificate, I'm going back to work. And you know, all of us, even if we're not doctors, I've seen many women give birth because they have no money. They have to go back to work. Okay? So as we're beginning to think about two-income families, having a partner, please help the workforce. The work environment must recognize how to best support women so they can be the best at the jobs that they do. So all of you can make a difference by supporting women and supporting gender equity.
Thank you so much. We can all make a difference. Mrs. Akintomi Day, 1 minute. Cecilia. No, I can't.
You know, I want to leave us with 2 scriptures because we're in a Christian environment. The first is 1 Corinthians 3:11-16, which talks about, you cannot lay any other foundation than that which Christ has laid. Yes. And then you build upon that foundation. And what you build can be with gold, other gems, or with hay or with straw. But the critical part is that it also tells you that what you have built will be tested.
Yeah.
Then it goes on to explain who you are, that you are God's temple with the Holy Spirit living in you. Now, when I read that all the time, how I understand it is that it's the Holy Spirit that will guide me with respect to what I build. So your legacy, through prayer, the Holy Spirit will reveal to you the gift that God has given you for building that legacy. And he always provides, supports the vision that he has given.
Thank you.
The second that I want to mention is the account in the Bible of Zelophehad's daughters.
The daughters.
Now, God is not a waster. If he gave us an account in the Bible where a group of women challenged the status quo, he is telling us that we can challenge the status quo. Then it was about inheritance. Women could not inherit. Their father had only daughters. So they approached Moses for a change in the law. And women started inheriting from them. So we can challenge the status quo. God is definitely pro-women. And finally...
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
One, please. Because 1 minute, everyone, and we're supposed to be having done 20 minutes ago. Can I? Thank you so much. Can we please clap for her? Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Shadi.
Thank you. I think I will leave with a few words. In building a legacy, you must have passion.
Yes.
And your life works in the area of your passion. But for you to build that legacy, you must be persistent.
Yes.
You must keep self-motivating because you will fail many times. But more importantly, your legacy must be about service. You must be willing to impact others. And at the end of it, be kind to yourself. Forgive yourself your mistakes. We're not perfect. And you will keep making mistakes, but you will keep moving forward. And that's what I would want.
Thank you so much. I hope we are tweeting this for those that are on Twitter. Build to last hashtag. Achanyo.
All right. So building a legacy starts with having a vision. And that vision has to impact people. The vision moves beyond you as an individual. And if I could just, use Nehemiah 3 as an illustration. When building the wall, when Nehemiah wanted to build the wall, it involved a number of people standing next to one another. So in order for you to build a legacy, you have to have people that are your next tools that would help you in building that legacy
Fantastic.
to impact other people as well.
Thank you so much. Professor?
Thank you. In addition to passion, I will say put in the hard work, but then let's not be so focused on what we're doing that we forget to pull others along with us. It's very important for us to recognize that we need the support of others. But whilst we're leaning on others, let's also seek for those that we can pull up with us as we go along.
Thank you. We cannot walk alone.
Well, I'd like to speak to the lady who was saying her husband's permission she needs. And
In
I'd
1
say,
minute, please.
yes, in 10 seconds, don't worry. The point is, no one needs anybody's permission to succeed.
Yes.
Nobody. You don't need anybody's permission to succeed. If you want to succeed, if you have a goal and stay focused, again, we can go back to our Bible that says there's a narrow path and there's a wide path. The narrow path is the one that is tight. If you want to sieve honey, you sieve it with very thin lines, so we are formed to get ahead. But if you keep looking at the road and not looking at the goal, you will be distracted. And distraction can be other people, envy. Distraction can be your failure.
Yes.
Distraction can be you are saying, no, I have not reached there, it's still so far. But keep your goal in mind. It may be 10 years, it may be 1, it may be 20. But keep your goal in mind, knowing that to get there, you may be passing the narrow road, it will be tight, but you will get there eventually.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Austin Peters?
So for me, it's about compassion. I think that all of us need to leave behind a legacy of compassion in Nigeria, especially the older generation. We need to train the younger ones. We need to recognize that we cannot continue to use other people's kids as house helps and drivers and not investing in their lives. Because what goes around comes around. Everything is falling apart, and everybody needs to wake up and see that we're in trouble as a nation. So compassion needs to come into our hearts to recognize that we cannot continue to fend and feed for our own, leaving the majority. That's my own word of advice.
Compassion and kindness. Mrs. Akinkugbe?
Say to anyone that has a dream, believe in yourself, and just know that whatever
We can't hear you again.
if it's a ministry, your mindset changes. Your mindset is more long-term. Somebody once asked, and a professor once asked, that why are you in business? Are you in business to make profit? Or why are you in business? Profit is good, but be in business to leave that legacy. Be in business to make an impact. And guess what? That money will come.
Thank you. T.Y.?
Working. Well, the one thing I would say, I said before, a legacy is not something you're building in the future. You already are building one now. So here's your opportunity. Take a step back. What have you built so far? Do you like the legacy that you have already built? You have an opportunity every waking day to change that photograph and change that picture. The biggest legacy that you can build is love. And you can tell whether or not you love your legacy by the impact it has had on people closest to you.
Thank you. Bucky?
So I just want to say to everyone here that I think that the first thing that we all need to know...
we can't hear you.
I said I just want to say to everyone is that the key thing to building a legacy, building anything to last, is to know the why. Why are you doing it? Why am I doing it? Because when you know the reason why, it will help you in every step of the way, in building resilience, being tenacious, being focused, chasing the goal, being persistent, and also making sure that even when you fail, you know that you can get up. when you know your why.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Atake.
Yes, I'd like to encourage all women here to be courageous, go out and work, or look for a form of trade that will bring in some income. I always tell my daughters, I said, a woman who does not work or have her own stream of income has imprisoned herself, and you have limited choices. Please be brave, open to mistakes. When you make mistakes, you get lessons from there and you move on. A woman must work. Make yourself relevant and support your family and your society. Thank you.
Pastor Siju, last but definitely not the least.
My last word at this year's Reels 2019 conference is that one thing I would like you to know is that all we are saying here today is not contrary to the Word of God. It's not contrary to biblical principles. Jesus was the greatest. It was in the forefront of promoting women. At his death, he made a proclamation when the lady Mary poured the oil at his feet and anointed his feet. And everybody was enraged. And he said, as long as this story shall be told concerning my death and my resurrection, the story of this woman must be told.
Yes.
And that thing pervades all the 4 Gospels in the Bible. So Jesus empowered us women. He never pushed us aside. He made sure that we were brought to the forefront. It was in his ministry that women actually came out even the more. So for us now to say we want to go backward after being delivered will be a disservice to our Lord Jesus Christ. I also want to tell you that, yes, family life may be a challenge. Yes, we may have pains. But then we have the power of prayer and of action. The Bible says Nehemiah went to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. He was praying and he held a sword in the other hand. The sword signifies your power to overcome, to fight. And the prayer on your feet will conquer the enemy. So your husband, no matter how hard-hearted he may be, you give it 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you will overcome the battle. And it's a given. So all I will say to this year is that build this legacy. Building a legacy is what you want for yourself, for posterity to remember you by. And the Bible tells me also that my children and my generations forever. I pray that prayer all the time. Nothing stops with me. It says, my generations forever. And I don't want it to stop with me. I don't want to be the one success story in my family or in my life. I don't want the work I've done to go to wins. I want it to continue with the women, with my children, and with all those who have come in contact with. That forever, as that woman's name is mentioned in the Bible, by the grace of Almighty God, my name will continuously be mentioned. Your name will continuously be mentioned. In closing, Osai, let me close. It says, I saw a saying. It says there are 4 types of people in the world. Those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, those who wonder what's happened, and those who don't know that anything happened. Which one are you?
Pastor Siju. You just thrown us into. We want to end now.
Oh, sorry. We'll meet at Wheels 2020.
20. I want to say a very big thank you to all the panelists, of course, to our keynote speaker and the person that's come to say thank you. Mr. Adeboye, But also we need to realize that women have to take responsibility. We need to take responsibilities by ourselves. We don't want to even be part of those ones that do not even know anything happened. So see you all again in Wales 2020. Mrs. Adeboye. She's coming. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
We're not done. Please.
We're not done. Please, just wait, please.
We're not done. We're not done. We started with the prayer. We finished with it.
Yeah.
Okay. But what we do here, our tradition, is to do a quick wrap up.
Auntie Mori, can we just wait 1 minute? There are two people that want to say something quickly.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, Auntie Mori.
All right. So one of the legacies that we're living in TerraCulture is to tell relatable stories. So please, ladies and gentlemen, ask the producer of the Bling Legosians and the director, please, everybody, make sure you go watch the movies in the cinemas from June 20th, Friday. Bling Legosians.
And then, of course, we also know that it's Mrs. Atake's birthday again. So when she's walking out, for her to spend the whole day with us, just everybody make sure you say happy birthday to her.
Okay, I'm just going to round up quickly. A lot of what has been said here, a woman has to have a means of livelihood. She has to be economically empowered. Pastor Shiju told us that you should be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Stop being invisible. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. See yourself as beautiful. She shared about Melinda Gates and how she took her position beside her husband in a partnership. Then wrestle for your family, fight for your rights. We need to give an account of parenthood. If we have given birth to children, we are accountable for them. We need to strengthen our marriages. She is going to raise $10 million to spend on helping women's health in Nigeria. It's a challenge. Professor Lokpade, I got your back. Many of us are building a legacy, hoping our children will take over. It's not going to happen that way. Let your children live their own dreams. Professor Lokpade talked to us about giving back. She talked about how she went to a federal government unity school, how she went to university on a federal government scholarship, and therefore she owes, and she's paying the debt. We all should pay our debts. She talked to us about breast cancer research and gave us enough reason to thank our doctors who have stayed behind and not joined the brain drain, because they will save our lives. She wants every woman in Nigeria to have a chance to survive breast cancer. She reminded us of other illnesses we need to pay attention to: sickle cell anemia, depression and mental illnesses, diabetes. She reminded us how her mother taught her some life skills and how a woman has to be an all-rounder. She talked about how a lot of her research is being funded by Jewish women that they have met in the synagogue. We too will fund research. Yes, ladies? So she also said something that's very important. Where are our own celebrity breast cancer survivors? We are busy covering up things under our clothes. We're not honest enough about the things that are going on. The things that are going on with us are the things that will save our generations. So if it is part of our legacy to open our mouths and talk and tell the truth about the things that are going on with us, please let us open our mouths so that the research can be fuller, so that our lives may be saved. She said we should find out about things going on in our family. It is time people stop dying of brief illness and people started dying of illnesses that have a name, because every knee shall bow. We need to care for each other. We need to keep our marriages fully open. We have to work to create a better healthcare system that will be there for all of us. She's talking about starting genetic testing in Nigeria. It's important to know what has gone before. That's your grandmother that they said she was takpa and her hair went to her hips. Meanwhile, you are bald. What happened? We need to know. Then talked about us just sitting back saying, why me? Why not you? She said, trust your doctor. Then when we now went into the panel, we heard about how it's important to treat a boy child and a girl child equally, teaching them the same life skills and not preferring a gender to the other. She said we must help women stay at work. and we must support women to be the best at what they do. I'm going to Kofo now, who taught us the difference between building and building to last. Mixing career and family, we need to question ourselves what exactly is driving you, what's your mission, what to do with it. We have to learn hard and soft skills. Talked about building blocks, customer care, the hard things, but you have to build your brand to survive you. All of that requires focus. Many of us have vision, but not long term. You will fall, but it is persistence and perseverance that will be the keys to your success. Whatever you do, do it well. You never know who is watching you. She talked about the selection of a spouse as a critical success factor in your business. We could have a seminar on that on its own. But you marry the wrong guy, you're looking for trouble. We need to be in business to leave a legacy, and money will follow. T.Y. Bello talked about how she's used social media without changing her personality. She has a social media presence, but she's guarded her privacy and is still working for her. She talked about legacy, that we keep thinking is something we leave behind. Legacy is today. We build it for here and for now. She says we're the salt, we're the light. Today is your legacy. Build it and have an impact on the people closest to you. You must have the courage to shine now. Funke Bokna Obruthe, they keep calling her Boki. Obru, she dances, she's hyper, she's bubbly, she's energetic, and she has a huge social media following. She wants to make other lives better. She said something that holds true to me, and I want everybody to listen. Shh. And pass to your children. She said the internet never forgets. Be sure you put out there is what you want to be part of your legacy. Be real. Why am I doing this? She said persistence is not about just working. It's about also falling down and being able to get up again. Dorothy Atake told us about how she was mentoring without realizing it was legacy building. Some of you will leave here today and say, oh, what am I doing? You're doing something. It's for you to find it. She talked about business travel and having to juggle her family with that. And she said she had to keep her home involved of what she was doing and whenever she was out on the trip. But she ended up by saying, go out and work. Be brave. Be open to mistakes, but put something in to support your family. Bolanle Austin Peters says, go and watch Blink Lagosians. But before that, she said, she hires 70 people. Now, that's big. And she will not let fear rule her. She continues to grow her business. Important to leave a legacy of compassion on your journey. We're raising other people's children alongside our own. We need to be kind to the children that have been put in our care. A lot of our domestic workers, we don't realize they are our children. Adesua Onyenokwe says, no one needs anyone's permission to succeed. We're all formed to get ahead. Please keep your goal in mind and please go ahead. And Ase Okonodel says, we need to live in compartments and there must be empathy. Focus on your objectives, but being too hard on hard skills you need hard skills to focus, but you also need soft skills. She ends up by saying we need to lean on others and we need to pull others along with us. Achenyo Idachapa Obaro told us how she addressed the problems in the waterways in a way that was a solution to engage the people who are most affected by it, creating a beneficial solution that will also give them an income. We must have a vision to impact people, and she talked about Nehemiah 3, where people were standing next to one another to build a wall. But anyway, it's about being united to work. So we need one another. Professor Shade Ogushola talked about mentoring as an obligation. She talked about pushing our boundaries, and we must have the courage to step up. We must be bold enough to fail, but we must get up again and continue the journey. We must have passion, and you must have the ability to forgive yourself. Cecilia Akintomide talked about milestones on the journey. Celebrate yourself as you're going along. Recognize your achievements every step of the way. Do not despise the day of small beginnings. She talked about building on a foundation that God has laid, And she says, legacy through prayer will open for you what God has in wait for you. She also talked about the power of Zelfrana's daughters who challenged the status quo and began to inherit. Osai, our dear moderator, says something. I'll hold on to just one thing she said. Your children or your child are not a retirement plan. It's so important to have your own income in retirement. And then we answered the question about the person who thought everybody came from a rich family. Well, I didn't. I don't know about these people. And everybody sort of explained where they're coming from, but please do not let that ever be a crutch. Everybody can touch the sky. You need to stretch your hands out there and push the clouds away. Civil service doesn't have great pay, but her passion has directed her. She built a knowledge circle around herself. She was giving people books. She invested in people. And then she said, there's seed time and there's harvest. That's the same for all of us. Professor Olopade, in the end, talked to us about nature versus nurture. And it's important that we all know that we can be something totally different if we build ourselves up. It doesn't matter if there was no income in your family when you started. You can be something better as you're going along. She has tasked Pastor Shiju in different ways, and she reminded us of how her mother would send her to market. She said, we must pull somebody else up. Never forget those who are less fortunate. Be aggressive about what you do and go to skills empowerment. Pastor Shiju tells us that until society stops defining women as chattels, we cannot rise. We need to look at that. Women rose up to challenge the status quo in other countries. We have the power of prayer and action. Nothing can stop us. It should pass to our children and to generations forever. I will not be the last person building a legacy in my circle of influence, in my family. And then she ends up with those words that we need to remember. There are those who make things happen, and there are those who watch things happen. Then there are those who just wonder what happened, and there are those who don't even know something happened. Thank you.
The close of the day, not quite, but almost. And want to thank you, first of all, for your patience. And we want to thank the Almighty God who has allowed this to happen. 4 years ago, we were in a small room at Sheraton 4 Points, 300 people. We thought we had a crowd. Today, when I came at 9 o'clock and I saw the entrance here, I think my heart jumped out of my mouth for like 10 seconds. I didn't know where to put it. But we're thankful to God that we're here today. Before I do the vote of thanks, I just want to make a quick announcement. Our own dear Dr. Shiju Iloyamade has written many books, and I have only a handful here because I can't carry more than this up the stairs. There's a book called The Secret Place. Please, we're selling these books outside. There's a minimum price, but there's no maximum price. This money we use for a lot of the charities that she has a passion for. So as you give this, you're not buying the book, you're supporting a charity. This is very important. So when you pick these books up, please don't think of it as I'm buying a book. You can pick as many as you want, but give us something tangible. The Secret Place by Dr. Shiju Iloyamade. Treasure Seekers is actually a fantastic book. And then it's in small bits, so it's not a big book. It will take you 3-4 days to read, if you're like me. If you're like my daughter, it will take you 2 hours to read, or maybe an hour. Keeping It Together, See No Evil, Hear No Evil, and Speak No Evil. Another part of the Keeping It Together series, And the Woman Also. And another one in this series of Keeping It Together, Springtime. I like the picture. It's summer holiday picture. And this one you've got to snap out of it and get to work. So these are 5 books, please. They're out there. And so I come to what I've been tasked to do this afternoon. I have 2 tasks. The first task is to ask Dr. Shiju Iloyamade to please rise. Now I've got the microphone, so I can do as I please. Please rise. 4 years ago, okay, 5 years ago, she keeps reminding me 2015. She called me and she said she wanted to do something for professional women. She said it's very important because a lot of people assume that professional women just get it. And the reality is that they also need, because I'm one of them, also need to be supported as we grow our careers. And she spent a long time on the phone and she was going on and on and on. And I was thinking, how am I going to get all this in my head? But today, 4 years on, we've had 4 series of the Women in Leadership series. Each one has been successful. It's a passion she has, it's a vision she has, and we just want to say thank you to her by giving her this award. It's called the Original Born to Inspire Award, the real McCoy. To Dr. Shiju Iluyomade, founder, CEO of Arise Women Conference and Walk for Life, the founder, CEO of the Handmaiden, and the Handmadiens Women in Leadership series, US. She's a lawyer, renowned and dedicated, and she's going to try and grab the microphone off me, so I've got to stay away. She's a philanthropist. I just told you she's writing books for charity. She's an advocate on gender equality, children and women's rights. She is a leading woman. She is built to last. She's building legacies, and we love her. Dr. Iluyomade, thank you very much. Okay. So I want to thank the excellencies that joined us today. We're really privileged, you know, we don't take this for granted. We have too many VIPs, I don't even know where to start. So you forgive me for not going specific because just in case I miss 1 or 2 people that have just left, I want to say thank you very much for joining us today and staying till the end. At one point I said, oh, when the excellencies leave, everybody will leave. But I'm sitting here, I see Mrs. Duke, I see Mrs. Obaseki, I see my own state First Lady, Ogun State. And we're so... yes. Thank you so much for staying with us and bearing with us. We really appreciate you. I want to thank Dr. Olokpade. She has a flight to catch. She has a meeting in Abuja and she has a flight to catch. She has come all the way from Chicago for us. I have spent, I'm sorry, Pastor, well, I'll call her Pastor now. Pastor Shiju likes them playing when she's talking, but me, I'm not used to that, so forgive me. 2017, we wanted her to come. We couldn't get her. 2018, we couldn't get her. When I called her 2019, you don't give up. I said, no, ma. When you come, then I'll stop on you. And I used my sister, Dupe Ajayi. Both of us were on her neck. And we're so happy you flew in all the way from Chicago to come and talk to the ladies. We appreciate you. God bless you plenty, plenty, plenty. Thank you. There are 2 people here who I bully every year. I don't even ask them. I just tell them, oh, this year's Women in Leadership is going to happen on so-and-so date. Sister Maureen, I bully her. Can you imagine I bully Sister Maureen? I'm the only one that can do so. 4 years consecutively, she's anchored for us. Fantastic. Please thank her for us. Similarly, Osai, this side, I bully easily. I send her messages middle of the night. She's traveling, I'm traveling. We're communicating, we're carrying on with her. What are we doing? Osai, thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, I want to thank you. Before I go to our fantastic, distinguished panel, I just want to thank the committee itself. And the committee comprises a lot of people who support us. You don't see them. You know, the handful of us that you see, myself, Ronke Adeyemi, Ariola, Toyosi, we're running around doing things. And then we have the background people, the media, the choir that's supporting us. Hey, you know, you don't get them all. I want to thank our wonderful, fantastic panel, Kofo, TY, Funke baby, Dorothy, thank you so much. I've already thanked Dr. Bolanle Adesua, and I say who I had to bully. I'm very good at bullying people actually. She was traveling. She said she couldn't make it. She had a meeting. And I said, look, if you get here at 12 o'clock, it's still fine. And she made it. Thank you. Cecilia, the same thing. She had a second meeting. And we asked her to please join us. Thank you so much. Dr. Sade, Ache, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you. We appreciate you as a committee. God bless you. Please remember, these women need you. People will contact you. People will follow you later today and ask you. Please spare them that time to just help them and support them. We all need each other as women. I think that's the message today. On behalf of the Women in Leadership Series, I want to thank all of you for making it here and being patient and staying with us. Please clap for yourselves. Okay. We wouldn't have had an event without you, so you are very important to this. What we want to say to you is thank you and take this message away. There are many women out there who need your support as well, so take this message away. And again, I wish you all travel mercies, those who are traveling out of here, because I know some people came out of Lagos. Do you believe it? Including my state governor's wife. Some people came from out of Lagos, so thank you all for coming here. Okay. Finally, one more person I have to sponsor. I have to thank my sponsors, all my sponsors. It hasn't been easy. We have been supported by a group of individuals and companies that haven't given up on us. And every year they see what we're doing, they continue to support us. And those who are hiding in here will find you. We need more sponsors for next year. Next year is going to be a bigger event by the grace of God. And we're looking forward to getting more sponsors to support us. So thank you, our sponsors. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for staying to this point. Thank you, all other excellencies. Please, I don't want the music. Thank you. Thank you, all other excellencies that are here. We're all very grateful that you have honored us to this point in time today. I'm adding in here to Dupe Ajayi and Funmi Olopade in particular that I introduced you to one another, even if you don't mention my name. Don't despise the day of small beginnings. You wouldn't have met if I didn't put you together. Okay. So my job is done here. I look forward to seeing you at Wills 2020. Thank you once again. My name is Maureen Desalu, but hold on, we have a closing prayer. We are now inviting another sister of mine and friend, strong woman of God, globally known executive coach, Mrs. Titilayo Akisoya of Alpha Theta Consults, to give us a closing prayer. Mrs. Titilayo Akisoya.
Rejoice, rejoice, rejoice greatly. Rejoice, O daughter of Zion. O daughter of Zion, rejoice, rejoice, rejoice. O daughter of Zion, rejoice greatly. Shout, O daughters of Jerusalem. Behold, thy King cometh unto thee. Alleluia, alleluia. Alleluia, alleluia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sisters, can we just wait for 1 minute and have a closing prayer? Can we stop all we're doing and have a closing prayer? It is the Lord that has enabled us to be here. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you for your love. We thank you for your blessings upon our lives. We thank you for your sovereignty. We thank you for your power that rules and reigns in us. Thank you for making Wills 2019 successful. Father, in the name of Jesus, we surrender every life here to you. That, Father, you will use us as vessels of honor in your hands and in your house, O Lord. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for all that you do for us. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you. The Lord lift up the eyes of his countenance upon you and give you his peace. You will go out with joy. You will be led forth in peace. The mountains and the hills will break forth before you into singing. All the wildernesses in your lives will become pleasant gardens. The Lord will establish you. The Lord will uphold you with his righteous right hand, so that in all things, at all times, and in all places, honor, glory, and majesty will be given to our God because of you. Thank you, Father. We bless your holy name. Thank you for building us. Thank you for establishing us. Thank you for making us even seeds that we are today. Thank you, Lord, as we see oak trees in tomorrow. We bless your name for building us into legacies that last, to the glory of your name. For those who have traveled, we ask for journey mercies. And Father, bring us back together in one accord next year. In Jesus' name, amen.
Son, being good at something requires strength. It requires pushing yourself. It requires putting in more. That's why the new improved Bonvita is packed with vitality and a richer, creamier taste.